Buenas tardes. Creo que había un vídeo para empezar,
I think we had a video
pero
to
bueno, no
start,
pasa nada.
but it's okay.
Vamos a iniciar el
We are going
evento,
to
el sexto
start
Inspiring Women Leaders in the Digital
this
Era,
event,
y voy a iniciar el mismo dando
and
la
I'm going to
bienvenida
open the
y
session
dar las
welcoming
gracias a las autoridades que han existido.
the
Teresa Arcos,
authorities.
consejera independiente
I'm
y
Teresa
fundadora de
Arcos,
Startup Community, y es un privilegio
and
ser
it's a
acogidos en la
privilege
ciudad de
for me
Málaga, en
to
Andalucía,
be
una
in
ciudad
Málaga,
llena de luz y de
Andalucía,
energía
a
emprendedora,
city
no solo
full
por su
of
ubicación
light
estratégica en el
and
Mediterráneo, sino
entrepreneurship
por el añadido
spirit, not
esfuerzo
only
local
because it's
con el foco
in
en
the
esta materia.
Mediterranean Sea,
Estas primeras
because they
palabras
have
de la
made a
sesión
huge
quiero
effort
agradecer el
in this
apoyo del
regard.
excelentísimo
I
alcalde y de
want
todo
to
su
thank
equipo,
the
la
support of
voluntad de
the
la consejera
Mayor,
Rosa Sánchez,
Rosa
Andalucía
Sánchez,
Emprende,
the
doña
Councillor,
Rosa
Andalucía
Siles,
Emprende,
directora
with
general, Alberto y todo su
Rosa
equipo,
Siles,
a instituciones
Alberto, and his
centrales, al
team.
alto
I'd like to
comisionado,
thank the
la
High
secretaria de Estado de
Commissioner,
Digitalización,
the
al Parlamento
Secretary of
Europeo por
State
darnos
of
su sello de
Digitalization, and the
sponsorización oficial
European
por el
Parliament
interés que genera,
for the
a ENISA,
interest they
al
have
ICEX
raised.
presentes
I
para
want
saber cómo
to thank
financiar
the
y dar ese salto
ethics to
internacional que
finance
tanto necesitan nuestras
internationally
grandes empresas para
the
escalar.
companies in Spain.
Corporaciones como
I want
Repsol,
to thank the
Metrovacesa y Procter Gamble, que
corporations,
tantos años
Procter
llevan
and Gamble and
apoyando el
Acesa,
emprendimiento digital
which
femenino
have
y el intraemprendimiento y han
supported
apostado desde hace más
women
de 5
talent for
años.
so
Y a
many
los nuevos
years.
que han apostado
I
como
also want to
Volvo, Banco
thank
Santander
Volvo,
y
Banco
que
Santander, the
comparten
new
nuestro
companies who have
propósito.
just joined
Agradecemos
and
también
which
a los
really share
embajadores
our
de España en
objective. I
Israel,
want to
en
thank the
Guinea, Iván y
ambassadors
Cristian,
of Spain
que
in
a través de
Israel
su
and
embajada se han
Guinea
conectado a este
who
Congreso
have
internacional sobre
connected to
ecosistema
this
emprendedor y que
international
agradecemos que lo hayan
seminar.
financiado y dado a conocer.
And we want to
Gracias
thank
a todo
them
el equipo de
too.
IWL
I want
Startup
to
Community, a la
thank the
Universidad de
startup
Málaga,
community
a
team, the
Patricia Carmiña y
University
a
of
todos los
Málaga,
voluntarios,
Patricia
a
Carmiña, and
Mario,
all
a
the
Jesús, a Enrique,
volunteers
Iñaki
who
y
have
Mario, a
participated
Verónica
in
y a todos
this
los ponentes que habéis
event.
venido desde
I
4
want to thank all
continentes
the
para
speakers
darnos a
from 4
conocer
continents
vuestro
for
conocimiento, compartirlo
providing
y
us
poder
your
fundar
knowledge
más
so that
empresas
we
más
can
rentables y más
found and
innovadoras.
create more
Este
innovative
emprendimiento es
and
un movimiento
profitable
global, nada de
companies.
retroceso.
This is a
Debemos
global
aprovechar esta
movement,
oportunidad
and we have to seize this
con las cosas que
opportunity
sabemos hacer
with the
muy
things
bien,
that we know we
mezclando
can do very
aspectos
well. We
de
can
esta nueva
mix
era donde queremos
aspects of
estar
this
con los ya
new digital
tradicionales.
era
Aquí estamos
with
rodeados de
traditional
personas que nos inspiran,
elements. We are
nuevas,
here
nos
surrounded
elevan e invitan
with
a
people
probar
who
sin
inspire
miedo y nos dan
us,
la
who
energía
want
para
us to
atrevernos con
try new
propuestas
things and give us the
exponenciales.
energy to move
Porque no
forward.
olvidemos que la
Let's
TEC,
not
las
forget
tecnologías,
that new
son herramientas
technologies
para hacer
are
nuestros
just
negocios
tools
más
to do
rentables y atender mejor
more
a nuestros
profitable
clientes y a
things and
nuestros
to assist
proveedores y a los
better our
stakeholders. Y
clients
son
and also the
transversales a todas las
stakeholders. And
áreas del
these new
saber.
technologies are
Empezamos hace
cross-sectional.
7 años y
We
parece que
started
nuestro
7 years
propósito se
ago.
empieza a
Our
cumplir.
goal now
Hace
is
ya
being
7
attained.
años dijimos que queríamos crear
7
una
years
segunda
ago, sorry,
generación
we
de
said that
mujeres
we wanted to
emprendedoras.
create a second generation of
Lo
entrepreneur
vimos en el
women.
UU Prize del año
And we
pasado,
saw in the UU
que premiamos a
Prize last
mujeres de más
year,
de 30
we
años con
gave
proyectos
prizes
emprendedores
to
disruptivos e
women
interesantísimos. Y más
younger
proyectos
than
interesantes que
30 with
vamos a ver
very
mañana en las
interesting
distintas sesiones. Hay
projects
una
that we are going to see
emergencia
tomorrow.
de
There
una
is
nueva
a
generación
huge
que
need
elige
for
por
a new
como primera
generation to
opción tras su
come.
carrera
They
arriesgarse
are
a emprender,
starting to
porque le
select
mueve algo dentro
being
y van por ello.
entrepreneurs,
Porque
women,
ahora
because
existen
they
los
want to
medios
do something new,
y
and
lo
because
están
now
poniendo
they
las
have the
instituciones, las
resources
asociaciones,
thanks to
y
the
tenemos que
associations,
aprovecharlos.
institutions,
Por eso
and we
queremos
have to seize this opportunity,
hacernos
and that's
oír.
why
Las
we are
startups que
here
veis
today.
aquí
The
serán
startups
las
that you are
cotizadas
going
del
to
mañana
meet
y ese
here are
movimiento
the
no
good
para.
companies that we are going to have in the
Por eso
future. This is
queremos
an
que os rodeéis
unstoppable
aquí de
movement,
esta
and
gente
that's
que nos
why we
acompaña
want you to
y
be
porque le
here
brindemos ojos
surrounded
cuando
by
te
these
ven, cuando les
people
cuentas sus
who
ideas y
really
te
are
elevan.
making a
Y sobre
huge
todo porque te
effort
abren
and
las
are
puertas para
creating
hacer tu
new
negocio más grande
opportunities,
y más
opening
rápidamente.
doors to have very profitable
El
businesses.
esfuerzo es la forma más rápida de alcanzar
Effort
que
is
tus
the
que tus
quickest way
proyectos lleguen a
to
mejor
make
puerto.
your projects
No nos
possible.
vayamos de
We
este
know that.
mundo sin
So
haber
let's
creado una
not
startup,
go away
aquello que
from
nos
this world
reditúe
without
impacto
having
para que haga
created a
más rica
startup
nuestra
so that
región
we
y
can
sociedad. Hoy,
have an
en
impact
el
on our
Palacio de
region and
Congresos,
society. Today
estamos
in this
rodeados de apasionadas y
palace, we are
apasionados que quieren compartir
surrounded
sus
by
aprendizajes y
people who are
acercarse a
passionate for their
todos.
work and who want to be
Muchísimas
part of
gracias a
this
todos por
movement. Thank
venir.
you very much for
Y
being
como
here.
decía Tim
Thank you
Cook,
all.
no hay
And as
excusa
Tim Cook said,
para
there's
que
no
digamos que no
excuse
encontramos
to
mujeres
say
que
that
les
we
interese la
cannot find
tecnología.
women
Estoy
interested in
totalmente de acuerdo
technology,
con
and
él.
I really agree with
Y
him. We want to make Spain a world reference in this tech world of women, and this is coming a reality in Malaga today. 4 years ago, we created the international prizes and international awards with children and young women. We are going to give the awards physically, thanks to NFTs and entrepreneur women. And we are going to give NFTs in the women's who are going to be awarded wallets. And let's enjoy the session, please. Don't forget to tweet with the hashtag I'm a digital woman, soy una mujer digital, so that more people come to Malaga to set up businesses. I hope you can enjoy the meeting, and I'm going to give the floor to Rosa Sanchez, the Councillor of Innovation in Malaga. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Yo quiero comenzar
Thank you. I want to
de
start
nuestro alcalde,
welcoming everybody on
de hecho,
behalf
tenía
of
previsto
our mayor.
inaugurar estas jornadas,
He
pero,
was
está de
going to
viaje,
be here,
así
but
que, bueno,
he
el
has had
saludo,
to
lo
travel.
tenemos, ¿no?
So I
Y
want to
luego, bueno,
welcome
empezar agradeciendo
everybody on
a
his behalf. I
Teresa
want to
y a
thank
todo el
Teresa
equipo por
and
el
the whole
trabajo
team
que
for the
me
work
consta
they
que
are
han sido muchas semanas de
doing.
esfuerzo, de trabajo, de llamadas,
I know that
de
they have done a
contactos, y me imagino
huge
que de algún
effort and
desvelo
a lot
que
of
otro. Así
work
que enhorabuena,
during
Teresa, por llegar
so
hasta aquí.
many
Esto está a punto de
weeks and
empezar,
months. So
y el
congratulations,
contenido
because this is
que
just
tenemos
about to
es
start.
fantástico.
The content that we
Solo
have
en el
is
título
wonderful, and you can
de
see it
esta
from the
sexta
title of
edición,
this
yo creo que da para mucho,
meeting,
¿no? Estamos
of this
hablando de
edition,
mujeres, estamos
because we
hablando
are
de
speaking
líderes,
about women
estamos hablando
leaders in
de
the
digital.
world.
Yo
We're
creo que
speaking about
si todo
digital
eso lo ponemos
environments,
como
and
ocurre aquí,
if
pues
we
nos da
joined
para mucho,
everything
¿no?
together, we
Y luego, si hablamos
can do a
de
lot of
crear valor
things.
y
And if we
construir
speak
el
about
futuro,
creating
pues bueno,
value
yo
and
creo que esto
building the
nos podría
future,
dar
I
para
think that
semanas
this
de
will
discusión.
be
Y
very
creo que se
interesting.
concentra en estos
This
2
is
días
just
que
a
van a estar
seminar of
ustedes
2
en
days.
Málaga,
You know that
temas
you're going to be
tremendamente
here in Malaga for
interesantes
2
y,
days,
como se
but the
suele decir,
topic is
de rabiosa
very
actualidad, ¿no?
interesting
Vamos a hablar
and
de NFTs,
very
del
modern and
metaverso,
famous,
del
because we are going to speak
liderazgo,
about
de
NFTs,
mujeres,
metaverse,
de
leadership,
todo lo que
women, and
está
everything
alrededor
that
de esta
surrounds
transición. Me
digitalization
gustaría,
as
bueno,
a
pues dar
trend.
nada, 3
I'd like
ideas
to give
de
just a
lo que
hint, a
estamos
couple
haciendo
of
en Málaga, que
ideas
está muy
about what we are doing
relacionado
in
con lo que va a
Malaga,
ocurrir
which is
pues, en
very well
este espacio, en este
related to what
palacio
is happening
del Congreso, ¿no?
today in this room.
Si hablamos
If we speak
de los
about
objetivos
the
de
objectives that,
desarrollo sostenible y de
the
muchas
sustainable
de las mesas
development
redondas o de
goals
las
that
conferencias
we
van a
have
hacer referencia,
discussed
me gustaría
for
recordarles que
so
Málaga es
long,
candidata
I want to
para celebrar la
remind
Expo del
or
año
to remember and
2027,
remind you
en el
that
que la temática
Malaga
es
is
la
a
era urbana
candidate
hacia
for
una ciudad
next
sostenible, ¿no?
international
Que creo
exhibition
que
as a
ojalá, ¿no?
sustainable
Ojalá que el
city.
próximo
So
3 de junio de
we
2027
hope
Málaga sea
that
la ciudad que gane. En
Malaga
estos
could
momentos
be
estamos
the chosen
compitiendo
city.
con
We are
5 ciudades de
competing with
solo
5
países, que
cities
en la
from
próxima
5
edición
countries, and I think that
podamos hacer
it will
referencia o
be
podamos estudiar o
very good news
Málaga pueda ser
for
un
us
piloto
to have Malaga
de
as
todo lo
a
que se está
pilot city
trabajando
of everything that
en
we are
este
doing
ámbito.
and
Hay una
working in
parte
this
también
regard.
muy importante
There
que
is
es
also
la
something
educación,
which
¿no?
is
Creo
very
que es
interesting too
vital
that I want
todo
to
lo
highlight, which
relacionado
is
con la
education.
formación
I
y la
think that
educación, con
training,
todas estas
education
nuevas
as a whole are really
tecnologías
important elements
que
in
tenemos
our
que formarnos.
society,
Hablamos
also
mucho en la
related to
ciudad
technology.
de Málaga
In
sobre
the
el
city of
talento, ¿no? El
Malaga,
talento
we like to
que
speak
las
about
empresas
talent, the
están
talent that
viendo.
the companies
Lógicamente
are
saben que en
requiring,
los
as you
últimos
know,
meses, en el último
especially in
año,
the last
Málaga ha
months or
recibido
in
a
the
grandes
last year,
compañías
because Malaga
como
has
Google con su centro de
received many
ciberseguridad,
companies like
centro
Google with the
de
cybersecurity
desarrollo en
facilities
la
and
instalación
a
comercial en
development
la ciudad
facility
Vodafone o
which is
proyectos como
set
Globant,
up
que es una
by
multinacional
Vodafone or Global, a
desarrollos
multinational
tecnológicos.
company
Todas
of
estas empresas están demandando
technology developments.
un
So a
talento
lot of
muy
companies
relacionado
are
con la tecnología
demanding a huge
y en muchos
talent from
casos
our
son mujeres.
society. and in many cases the job positions are being filled by women. And we are going to speak about female talent. I really agree with Teresa that it's not as visible as we wish, but the talent is here and we need to use it. Tomorrow we are going to give the awards, the prizes that we want to give at the end of the day, which is going to be an acknowledgement for everybody who are going to receive the awards. I want to welcome you to the city of Malaga. The temperature, the weather is perfect for everybody. And please feel very well welcomed, because the city is quite good for many things, not only technology, by the way. Digitalization, women and leadership are other elements that we can offer, and also culture. You know that Malaga is a very important city from a cultural point of view, with a very good food, with a lot of companies, with high rates of tourism, as you know. We have the beach, we have very good weather, we have a lot of nature activities that we can offer. We have a complete city, as our mayor likes to say. It's like the perfect city, if you allow me. So I hope that this meeting is very fruitful for you. Thank you, and please enjoy the city as we enjoy it. I'd like to introduce Teresa Arcos for the invitation to participate in the 6th edition of Inspiring Women's Leaders in the Digital Era, which is a very important event to show women's talent. In this meeting, we are going to speak about the alignment of startups with these SDGs, the future of metaverse and NGTs, and the emergence of cybersecurity. The gap the gender gap is another topic that we are going to discuss, and it's very important to talk about it, not only because it affects women who work in the technology environment, but all the women who are part of innovation and entrepreneurship in Spain. Is this gap very big? Allow me to share some data. In Spain, 16% of women who have set up a startup are women. 10% of business angels are also women. Women are just 30% of job positions related to private and risk capital. So closing the gap is not just an obligation, it's just a necessary step so that Spain can be the biggest nation with high rates of entrepreneurships, and the High Commission is really working on that. That's why in the strategy of Spain, we have a document with 50 measures to transform the production basis of the country. 7 of these measures are designed to really tackle gender gap. And some of these measures are now being projects like BREAK, a program to attract talent to Spain. The Ministry of Industry has developed it through the EOI and Impact Hub Madrid. More than 800 entrepreneur women are going to work in local ecosystems in the country. For 4 weeks, they will have the opportunity to work with entrepreneurs in the local areas to solve local challenges. The BREAK, this program is just the beginning, because then in the future we will have another measures in the strategy of Spain, like the Startups Act, which is going to be approved after the Recovery and Resilience Plan. It will create the best conditions so that Spain can be a talent paradise for women who want to set up businesses in the world. To finish with, or to end up with the gender gap, will require us a lot of effort and time. Like the meeting we are having today, and we have to be together in this movement. I want to thank you for being part of the solution and for your contribution and insight. With events like this, we will have Spain tackling the gender gap and having a lot of women who are going to be entrepreneurs, and we are going to work together. Thank you. We are going to give the floor to Rosa Cises, who is the Andalucía Emprende director, who was supposed to speak just before. Good afternoon. For Andalucía Emprende and for the government of Andalucía, it's a pleasure to have you here, Teresa. I want to thank you for your vision, for the capacity that you have to gather everybody together here, and for your work. I want to ask for a round of applause for Teresa, please. I know that you don't like this type of acknowledgements, but as Rosa said, what we are going to live and to have today and tomorrow is a huge opportunity to connect and to gather a part of the global talent without which the world that we wish for will not be possible. We know that women digital as a movement is a very important movement for Andalucía, and I'm seeing now some of my colleagues who have worked with me. We know that we need a sustainable and innovative world, and this is only possible if we have our talent. We are going to have the opportunity to meet people, women working in different areas, in different disrupted areas too, and we are going to connect them and create a networking process to be successful in the future. Women have to work all together. We have to help one another. From the government of Andalucía, we are supporting this vision of disruptive technology in cooperation with different partners and movements like Women Digital. And we are also working to connect and have the entrepreneurship community and ecosystem. So the government of Andalucía is really being part of the process in a region which is not just a wonderful region, as the advisor, the previous councillor said, because we know that we have a very good conditions, very good weather, but Andalucía more than ever is a place not only to live, to enjoy and to work, is a place to invest and to set up new businesses. So let's hope that we have a very good day. I want to thank everybody who have participated in this organization. You have the commitment of the government of Andalucía and Andalucía Emprende in this new movement where women are going to be the main characters. Thank you. We're going to have Belina Marín, the first debate, which is going to be SDGs and entrepreneurship. Melina is the president of FONTA, and she has the floor now.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. As Teresa said before, it's a pleasure to participate here. I'm Amelia Marín. I work as a notary in Benalmádena. And you know that I am the president in Málaga of an international NGO called FONTA, which is independent and works for the improvement of the situation of women and girls in the world through education and the defense of human rights. We are all professional women who want to participate in different meetings, and that's why it is a pleasure for me to speak about the value of startups aligned with the SDGs, which are also related to our objectives. Through the use of new disruptive technologies, I think that we can create a better world. We have now a first table, the first debate block, and we are willing to know the opinion of the different participants. Nuria Avalos is the director of Endesia and the digital consortium of Restol. Nuria, if you can come to the stage, it will be a pleasure to have you here.
We have Soledad Antelada here with us. There she is. Hello, Soledad. Good afternoon to everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here for another year. And we will start with the first panel discussion on the value of startups aligned with the UN SDGs. I mean, this is an excellent panel, and I will just ask you to give us a brief introduction. Each of you. Blanca, please. Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for inviting me. I am glad to be here. I studied biomedicine, but when I studied my degree, I realized that most of the things that I was studying weren't very applicable to most problems, to most relevant problems. So in second year, and an NGO in Tanzania, with which I started working with them for a while, and I wanted to connect these NGOs with Spanish universities and companies in terms of their social impact. So I wanted all university students to be able to have the same sort of thought process that I had whilst giving benefits to NGOs all over the world. Okay, so yes, thank you for inviting me again. My name is Arantxa Diestra. I am an architect, and I am a designer as well, and I love to work with people. Life has taken me through different paths, and I have a number of projects underway. And after spending a number of years abroad working in architecture, I quit my job to become a mother, and I came back to Spain, and I was faced with technology. I fell in love with technology, and through it, I found a niche where I could meet people like Teresa, Nuria, and all of you in the audience, and to help people achieve their dreams. And unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we had to close our doors, but one of the projects that we were starting to develop has carried on and has become very successful. It's called Diseñando Gente, designing people, and we work mostly in sustainability environments. Macarena. My name is Macarena Esteves. I am a mathematician by trade. I adore mathematics, and I work in multinational companies for many years, and in 2007 I founded my own company in applied mathematics, and in 2019 I sold my company. So for 3 years I have been working for Deloitte, and I have now started a new project called Círculo de Ingenio Analítico, which I will tell you about in a few moments. Soledad is in San Francisco. Sole, please. Tell us about yourself. Hello, Nuria. Hi, how are you? Hello, everybody in Malaga. Well, yes, I am Soledad Antelada. I am an engineer in cybersecurity. Previously I worked in the Research Center for Security in the United States, where I live at the moment, and it's one of the institutions with more with a wider responsibility in creating the internet. I was the first female in history to work in this department, in the cybersecurity department. There had been no women before myself, and I will tell you about that a little bit. After specializing in penetration testing and doing a lot of development and research on systems monitoring and on working on how cybersecurity will develop in the next few years. Also, I have worked extensively as a director of the supercomputation security director, and in 2014 I founded Girls Can Hack, which is a security it's an institution to raise awareness about cybersecurity for females. And really, recently I joined the ranks Google. I am a technical manager in security, in online security. Thank you, Sole. We will now focus on your professional path in this sense, and I would like you to tell me your inspiration. What was the motivation for you, your first motivation to start creating startups in ODS? I mean, what was your motivation? Sole, we continue. Yes, thank you. Well, for me, the main motivation came from gender equality. Also, there are other goals such as dignified labor, financial projection, or access to education. What happened to me, I mean, my main motivation to create Girls Can Hack was that there was a time where I was working that I was told that not only I was the woman, but also I was the first woman in history to work there. And I was just so astonished by this. I mean, I didn't take that as a compliment. I thought it was shocking to discover. It was shocking for me to discover such a thing. I mean, I would have never imagined that no females before me had worked in that particular role before. Therefore, I started to think that, and I started to research what was available in terms of awareness, and I saw that there was something that that was normal, which was how everything was very masculine, and no one was doing anything about this, and I thought that it was my duty. I thought, well, if people like me don't do anything about this situation, then nothing will change. This was the main motivation for me. This was all non-profit, zero financial motivation, but it was a very rewarding task, because to be able to contribute to break barriers and to break the boundaries at a time where it was very innovative and revolutionary, it was rewarding. I mean, this was a time where, when I was working, when I were talking about the time when I told people that I was working in cybersecurity, and they looked at me like I was some freak. So yes, it was always paramount for me to give voice to minorities that have been left out when writing history. I mean, on working for the US government, I saw many things that were happening and that were not being recorded, and that history was being rewritten, and females were being left out of it. Okay, so that was a situation of duty. That was your inspiration. Macarena, what about you? What was your motivation? For me, I have given lectures all my life about applied mathematics in businesses, and always whenever I finished my lectures, adults, older people came to me to say, oh, I wish I had had a teacher like you, because mathematics, I wasn't so keen on them and it was a shame. And I thought, I saw there a chance to work on adults and the relationship with mathematics. I think that the same way as language, daily language works, language is something that we have created. We can be in love and we express this with words, but love is something that we feel inside ourselves. Therefore, language is something that we can use to understand each other. Well, mathematics is the same. Analytic intelligence is natural to human beings. We are born with it and we all have it. I always use the example of if when we are children, we are only allowed to use our left hand, and we are tied, our right arm is tied to our back. If they do that and they tell us, no, 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 you can only use your left arm, we would have done that. And then when we grew up and saw that some people could actually use their right arm, we would say, well, what a shame that they actually complied, that I listened to that. The best thing we can do is to work on adults and their relationships with maths. The worst thing for them would be to listen to adults. I mean, it wouldn't do this on purpose, but simplistically, we are the ones to blame for children to reject maths. So, Círculo de Ingenio Analítico wants to work on adults in terms of their relationship with mathematics. And we also want to give them the opportunity to discover the happiness that you can feel when you understand a mathematical concept. It's extraordinary because mathematics has a certainty that means that when you understand something, you understand it 100%. So my aim is to reach everybody, so everybody can learn to be a little bit more happy, a little bit happier by having analytical intelligence and using it. Well, you're making it very attractive. Arantxa, tell us. Yes, well, basically, I think I'm just really stubborn. And I was just really fed up with people saying no to me. So I saw the opportunity and I thought, well, if this is my chance, they can't say no to me. I have always been involved in many different initiatives, sustainable initiatives in architecture. Sustainability was always the first thing that would be erased out of projects. Climate, sustainability, etc. And it's something that was interesting to me since university. I did a master's in it in 2004, which was absolutely useless until 20 years later, when I started to be able to use everything I had learned in my master's degree. It is true that 20 years ago, it was very difficult to sort of drive these initiatives anywhere because there was no pathway set for them. There are many chances now to really go with these initiatives. So I thought, well, this is our project and my partners cannot say no to me, and I am stubborn. And I said, gentlemen, this is done like this. This is the way you do things. You worry about your department, and I worry about mine. Well, like Solid, they were looking at me like, why do you want to install solar panels? And I was like, well, this is the future. So, Blanca, please tell us. For me, it's been obvious, always been obvious. My parents always told me that the education that I was receiving was not a given. It was difficult for many people to be able to go to university, and I should not take that for granted. I think that really made a mark on me when I was 7 or 8, up until when I was 19, which is when I started with the NGO. Really, what we were looking for was for university students to generate impact with their university degrees and with their university dissertations. Some university students are getting to know this, and we wanted to have an impact, to make an impact, and we want university students to make their own impact, and it has to be responsible and environmentally responsible. It was obvious for us. Okay, so we now understand your motivation, your set of motivations, and we would like to know a little bit more, in a little bit more detail about your initiatives. You have told us about your motivation, your inspiration, and we can perhaps now delve a bit more deeply into your projects, what they consist of, what makes you proudest about your projects, and what type of impact you are generating in society as well. We can start by you. Okay. Well, I had planned an example of environmental impact. I don't know if this was clear enough in the presentation, but we have a tech platform where social organizations and companies, they tell us their needs, and we work with universities so university students can see can see them as end of year, end of degree dissertations, and they can choose between this array of different needs and focus on them for their dissertations. So we have a number of projects already in the platform, and we had EcoAlf. It was the first time with a company that we knew, a company that was a bit bigger, and we wanted to see what happened there. They wanted to reduce their carbon footprint, and they wanted to know whether a student could perhaps write a dissertation on how EcoAlf could reduce their carbon footprint. So we got in touch with Carlos, a student from Rey Juan Carlos University in Madrid, and he agreed, and Carlos ultimately was hired so he could implement the strategy that he had designed as a university dissertation, and now he is implementing this strategy for 2040 for the EcoAlf company. So this was the best, this is the best environmental example that we have. Do you reach out to universities or businesses, or how does it work? Yes, with both universities and businesses. So we want businesses to tell us their needs, but also we have to be understood as collaborative ecosystems where companies work with universities. So we need to work with both stakeholders. The other example, which I love, is the case of Cristina. She did her end of master's dissertation last year. She is an amazing girl. She was studying a master's in the Internet of Things, and we got her in touch with a cooperative from Valencia called Voluntaco, and what she did was she created prototypes. She has done that already, a smart dispenser for medication for elderly people. She thought that, well, her granny lived in a village alone, and her parents lived in Madrid, so they had to commute every weekend to prepare the medication for her, and there were lots of problems because they couldn't pay for someone to look after this. So she created this type of pill dispenser, which is controlled remotely, and it works wonderfully. And I love this idea because it has this element of an emotional and personal connection with your dissertation and with the project you're doing, and it's just I think that is just incredibly interesting. And when I saw the pill dispenser actually working so well, that was such a success story. Okay, well, I think I will tell you about Token, because I haven't told you about this. We are a fintech, we're a SaaS platform, and we help financial entities, financial institutions to come up with their own financial solutions in the market in an efficient manner, and to pass them on to final end users or their clients. And this is a collaborative approach. Now, to me, I am in a way proud about this and about the team, because they achieved this, and they achieved this design of a project which is based on values aligned with SDGs. I mean, the whole team is aligned with this. So to be able to rely on a very diverse team, which is so strongly aligned with SDGs, with full inclusion, no inequality, is amazing for me. I mean, I see that every day that it's working so well, and I wish every company worked the same way. I mean, for us, the challenge now is to be able to maintain this and to be able to control the growth that we're experiencing, which is just mad at the minute. So, because of our commitment with these SDGs, 8, 9, 16, and 17, which are the relevant ones to the project, we have a couple of projects that we can highlight, among others, which I find particularly touching. One of them is Latin Aid, and we did this with Open Banking Alliance and MasterCard, and this project made possible financial inclusion for many people affected by COVID-19 in the UK. Many people got the financial help that they needed at a time where they had no money, virtually no money even for food. So it's great that, you know, looking for goals for economic growth, justice, peace, and families who just had to stop working and creating revenue for their families. That is just astounding. And I think, you know, we think that when you do a good job and it makes you emotional, then that's the best job you can do. I don't know if you have seen this on the papers recently, but we have just released a debit card called Here World, and it's the first UN debit card. It's a corporate card which rewards companies, businesses committed, aligned with SDGs, the UN SDGs. We are doing this with Entrobes, MasterCard, and a number of allies, which we have there, and it will be wonderful because we have a carbon footprint calculator as well, and a number of tools that can be used to carry on, to go forward, and to encourage employers and clients as well. It's B2B and it's scalable. It's a project that we're doing with the UN, and it's the only project that has been published so far, but it's not the only project that we are doing. And I am so proud that I can't stop telling people and sharing the news about this, because I am just so proud about my team, proud of my team, proud of the commitment that they have in terms of all rowing in the same direction, not only from a social point of view, but also from a project or point of view, or from in terms of becoming a landmark in terms of fintechs. How do we measure this? We have many different tools. I am obsessed with metrics and analytics, and we have different types of tables of ISGs, and we apply different metrics which help us to improve and to publish our results. I think it's very important for everybody to publish results, because I mean, it's great if you know what you're doing, but if you're not really setting an example to anybody, if no one can see what you're doing. So I mean, it's great to see that well, if you're going step by step and people can see your progress, then this is extremely interesting. One question: what you said about inclusion in terms of COVID, that COVID project, was that just a one-off, or is it still ongoing? It's still ongoing. It was beautiful because it was sort of like the mother project, but it has, I mean, it is the example, it has been the example for creating many different projects, for example, with natural disasters or different sort of episodes, socio-economic situations. This was the first, and we were surprised. We were all at home, sitting there in the middle of the pandemic, saying, well, what can I do to help? So it has become an example to many other different projects. Yes, in my case, I have not done this for very long, because I left Deloitte in June, and I like to call this Círculo de Ingenio. I call this a circular circle in Spanish, because I didn't want there to be any hierarchies in artificial intelligence. I think in our school, when we teach mathematics, there is a hierarchy of the clever ones, the less clever ones. So I wanted a circle. Regardless of what I end up creating, I want that everybody in the circle feels the same. I started writing a book, and this was the beginning of the circle. I wanted to write a book, to have this foundation. The book is titled "Your Brain is an Analytical Prodigy, even if you think it isn't." In my book, I set the foundations for the whole circle, and I am now preparing a course based on the book, and I would like to offer this course for adults, or just every adult. I mean, it's also for young people and children, but as I said, I want to work on adults. And I want to work with businesses as well. I want to offer it to businesses, because one of the things I work with them on is digital transformation of businesses. Businesses have now realized that if you are to have a good digital transformation process, you need to have a cultural transformation process. You need to prepare people. I mean, you don't need a tsunami of transformation hitting them suddenly. You need a process, a growth, where people move towards a future, which is very different. So I think my course will be very useful for people that I can feel that they are there always in businesses, the quiet ones, the ones who remain silent in meetings. They are the ones that I have to reach out to and empower them in their analytical intelligence. I have many different plans waiting for me. I didn't want to create a big business because I'm getting old and I wanted the circle to be something simple. But I can see now that it's going to get complicated. So who knows? I will give it my all, and my passion and all my love for maths will be there. And I hope I will be able to move things towards love for mathematics in our country, which I think it's wonderful.
Tanto a empresas como a este curso, que es lo primero que tengo, porque
this is for adults and businesses, but I started with the math days, and I was doing math Mondays, math Tuesdays, and a friend of mine said, "Oh, come on, stop it. This is just too much." So we have now left it at math Mondays, and I am lucky that I have a girl who's helping me, a young, lovely girl who's helping me with marketing issues, and she's my audience. She is your type of girl who left maths when she was 15 and who has this kind of she feels sorry for doing that, and I give her the mathematical idea and she expresses it with her own words, which is wonderful because she has the spontaneity of someone lacking the mathematical knowledge, which is great. Well, thank you very much. It looks really good.
Sole, can you talk about your success case or anything that you'd like to say about your impact? In general, I think that I could repeat what Arantxa was just saying, that we want to be role models, and if I am a role model, I'm satisfied to be, you know, a reference or someone to follow. In the San Francisco's Bay, there are a lot of women's organizations working with different technology areas, and you know that San Francisco is famous for technology companies, also with women or even with women. So my association is cyber security reference, having synergies with almost all technology related companies. We work together with different organizations, and I think that this is very good to do joint actions and to support women regardless of our daily work. The idea is that we have a joint vision according to the United Nations, because while you are just growing, you make or you help other people grow. So I think that this is just good for me. It's not just something which is easy. More specifically, I am very proud to say that just before the pandemic, you know that the pandemic cut off all the initiatives that we were organizing and all the insights and all the ideas that we had planned. You know that events were just reduced, but just before the pandemic, a success case was a campaign that we launched. We received a call by Nissan, the company, for an advertising campaign for television. You know that the United States is a huge country, and the television campaign that we launched was very famous. It was a girl at the high school who wanted to study cybersecurity at university, but he or she didn't feel that she would be able to study cybersecurity. So the advertising campaign was about this idea that you could make it, that you can have a brilliant future in cybersecurity if you were a girl. So this advertisement was promoted during 1 month, I think, in the national territory, and it was very successful. I cannot give you how many messages we received from people, young people, saying that they were going to study cybersecurity. So that was another success case with a very good impact for us after the effort that we made trying to raise the awareness. So we have a lot of girls studying cybersecurity because of you, right? It was incredible. Yeah, that's right. And the truth is that I have cases of girls who are studying cybersecurity because of the advertising campaign. 2 or 3 years ago, the campaign was launched nationally, and I can tell you that a lot of people watched it. Sometimes advertising campaigns are important because they are visible, and that's exactly what happened in our campaign. Television can impact and reach so many people that the campaign was an absolute success. You know that if girls watch television and they see and watch our advertisement, they can really be impacted with it. And as Macarena said, mathematics is a difficult career for girls. They think that they cannot choose mathematics, and the truth is that we need to make mathematics and many other areas visible for girls too. Yeah, it's what Teresa wants to have with this event, to make these areas visible for everybody. So we are going to finish with this part of the debate, but I will require from you a last sentence, a last idea for the future generations, which I think is more or less the idea, the dynamics of all the panels. I want to have, or to, you know, to have an inspirational idea, to have your inspiration, so that, you know, more women can be entrepreneurs too. Blanca, you have the floor now. I think that the final message that I'd like to convey is that sometimes you feel that you are very young to have brilliant ideas, or that you don't have good ideas, but if you are not brave enough, you are not going to create an impact. So please be brave, and let's see what happens in the future, but trust yourself and be brave in spite of the things that you can listen to outside. Yeah, I agree with you, because if you're not brave enough, you're not going to have any impact. I agree with Blanca. So the idea could be to pursue your dreams. If girls listened that they cannot do something, please don't listen to these type of ideas. Be brave, make mistakes, and if you make mistakes, that's okay. You will be successful in the future. So keep on fighting, because I think that today it's the right moment to work. Yeah, I think it is true that there are many people who do not want to set up businesses and have different careers, but I think that the key is to pursue happiness every day, to feel when you go to bed that you had a good day. And my recommendation for people would be that if you have ideas, or that if you feel that you can do something for other people, you can do it. And I think that today we have many possibilities. We have many alternatives that we can use, that we can seize. There are many people working in different things. And the other day I was with Garcia Carron's owners, García Carrión owns Don Simón, which is a very big company in Spain, and they told me that they become business people when they were old, 50 years of age. So I think that a good messages would be that we can have opportunities anytime in our life. I agree with my colleagues are saying, especially the idea that we can make mistakes. We need to think about failure from a different perspective. Failure is positive. It makes you move forward. If you fail, you will have the opportunity to try and the opportunity to be successful in the end. Failure is just an extraordinary experience to learn. I would also add that nothing is so difficult. Nothing is that difficult. There are no very difficult challenges in the life. I mean, if you like something, if you really want to do something, you can do it. You can make the effort for that. So I think that everybody can really achieve what they want. There are no, you know, big barriers to prevent us from doing something. I mean, that we can do whatever we want. There is nothing that difficult. Yeah, very good messages. Failures are experiences. We have to be brave. Blanca, Sole, Arantxa, Macarena. It was a pleasure to have you here, and I hope that we can see each other soon. Bye.
Un saludo desde Madrid a Málaga para todos
We want to
vosotros que
say
estáis
hello
en
to Malaga, those of you who are celebrating inspiring women leaders in the digital area. Unfortunately, I cannot be there with you today, but it's a real pleasure for the European Parliament to sponsor this huge event once again. The topic of today, megacities and cybersecurity, are two topics that we really think are important from the European institutions' perspective. We want to move towards a digital transformation area. We need to observe cybersecurity and privacy of users too. And for that, for attain these goals, we need women and men who want to set up businesses. We want to join more and more women who are interested in new technology. So I wish a very good day, a very good meeting, and I hope to be with you personally in the future next year. Thank you. Now we are going to see or to have the megacities table, and which is going to be cybersecurity too. We have someone who is about to come to Malaga, Mason Dois, and Monse and Cristina are going to be remotely. So please, the floor is yours.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello,
¿Me oís bien?
good afternoon.
Espero.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Sí,
Can you hear me well? Can anybody say if you can hear me well? Yeah, control. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Cristina, for letting me know. Let's go ahead. I know that Ma is coming. Hello, Ma. Nice to see you. The idea is to have a combination of what the physical environment and the remote environment in which some of us are now. We have had some transport problems, and that's why we are remotely, but it is a pleasure anyway to be here. I want to thank everybody who is in Malaga. I want to say hello to everybody, because now we are going to have a very good debate, a very interesting experiences, presentations, and very tangible things, but also things that are related to the future and things that I think are urgent now. You see that the title of the panel is about building the future of cities and smart cities for the well-being of everybody, and for the welfare and well-being of from the perspective of the safety. You know that cybersecurity is about the safety and the security of the projects and of the people who live in the city. So we need resilient and secure and safe projects in the environment in which we live in. So I'm going to give the floor to Mar Lopez. I see that Mar is on the stage, and I want Mar to share small introduction of the topic, or at least Mar's vision, because I am lucky to have with me 3 women coming from different contexts and backgrounds. You know that this debate is going to be quite diverse and, as we hope, very interesting. Mar is in Accenture, and I know that you are an expert on cybersecurity. You know, or we know that you have worked in these topics for so many years. Monse, first of all, I'm glad. It's a pleasure to be here with you and with the audience. I could introduce myself as an entrepreneur in the national security context, because cities, as you have said, need to be also cyber secured. From Malaga in Accenture, following the steps of cybersecurity, my idea, my goal is to improve the cyber security of the city. We need to be secure and we need to be resilient also in the digital era. Now I'm going to introduce Stephanie. I think Stephanie is close to Mar. I'm watching you, right? And it's a pleasure to have you here because you are going to give us your international perspective from your specialty too. So please, can you introduce yourself, or can you talk about what is relevant for you or from your career? I think that curiosity is the main aspect in my life. Curiosity, or the fact of being curious, has always moved me to innovate and to do things differently, to also changing my career with the idea of connecting everything and to reach a point, which is the point in which I am now, where I can, you know, join my work with international organizations, projects with the government, being an entrepreneur too. Because today the possibility to have international projects with regions and with town councils for a common goal is very important. In my case, I work in sustainability and transport. Very good. It's a pleasure to have 2 entrepreneur women talking about resilience, cybersecurity, and mobility. Thank you very much, because you are 2 women with different perspectives, working in the public administration, for the citizenships, and in the private sector with your very good backgrounds. With me in this digital space, I share my experience with another woman who is very familiar to all of us, Cristina from Valencia. Please give us your introduction, give us your headline, because most of us have already met you, but you have received a very good award, a very good financing package from the United States. Thank you, Monse and Teresa, for joining us together in this table. I am connected and I've watched the previous debates, which were fantastic. To give you an introduction of my experience, I can say that I really agree that no matter how old you are, to be an entrepreneur. If you have an idea, this is not a question about being 18, 20, or 50 years of age. It's a question of your attitude in front of the life to really contribute with your insights and with your knowledge. In my case, I love transport, logistics, and customs. And in this topic of the future cities, I can say that we have a challenge ahead of us: data security, good security, the type of vehicles that are going to be part of the cities, the control of the vehicles and transport and goods is a huge challenge ahead of us. Thank you, Cristina. It is a challenge, but I am very happy to work with you every day and to have your experience and your spirit, your enthusiasm. Let's, start with Mar, because I'm going to ask Mar a question. You know that we are working each day more and more, but let's imagine what happens in the future. What is the vision that you have for the cities of the future? You know that I don't like labels, but I've heard about what we call digital twins. What is your perspective about the future? What is the city of the future that you can envision? And what is the digital twin that I have just mentioned, or at least what you understand by it? I am not going to say many or all the positive aspects of the cities. From the cybersecurity point of view, we need to be worried, because until now, cybersecurity has not been included in the smart city. We are beginning to see now. Those of us who work in cybersecurity topics are witnesses of all the technology that is being developed. All the sensors that we are building in the cities are not just for our daily life, but also for the control of the cities. But we know that this technology is not very useful. We need to improve it, and now we are trying to have secure control. The truth is that we are a bit late, and I have to say that in spite of working every day in cybersecurity, there is a long way to go, and I am really a bit worried, and I have to say that. So I think that your vision of the city is that we need a secure city, but we need to start working now. Yeah, because digital twins related to cities are like an utopia. You know that that we are working with digital twins, which are very partial and more very specific, like factory or specific models. Digital twin cities are not a reality now. We need to have more tests, and we need to have more laboratory analysis to see how digital twins are going to be developed in the cities. if we take into account all the elements of the cities, we have infrastructures and we have buildings and we have many things in our daily life. We have water, we have transport, as Cristina said before, we have goods, vehicles, the supply chain, etc. So you know that cities are very complex elements, but with a lot of opportunities from the entrepreneurship or business point of view. I really encourage business people to really understand that cybersecurity or cyber-secure cities are really important. And although it is not a new topic, it is a huge opportunity because it's not a fashion anymore. We need to be worried about the security of the city, and we need business people with good solutions on what is happening in the world today. I really agree with you because the Budapest Agreement, and I always refer about that, please Google it, because it's a reference as the Paris Pact or Agreement. I'm going to give the floor to Stephanie so that you can share your opinion with us. It's the Budapest Memorandum, sorry. But taking into account that we are starting to work now, what is your opinion on cybersecurity entrepreneurship, or what is your vision about the future of the cities? How are the cities going to be, or what are the cities going to be like? I would start with an idea that we can be positives or negative. And we know that, of course, the final objective is far away from us. We agree. I agree with you. The cybersecurity work is huge. But it is also true that since we can be pilot or experiments, or since we can follow, different examples like cameras in the buildings, etc., it is true that we have examples that can be a reality and that can have a very positive impact. Of course, we need to improve and we need to work not just as entrepreneurs, but also as consolidated companies. There are digital models in Barcelona, and I work in Barcelona, but okay, I understand that we need to improve that. All the stakeholders in the ecosystems need to work all together to design the future cities, which is not also related to cybersecurity. It's about urban planning, accessibility, services, the problems in the outskirts, etc. We have a lot of things to include and many things that we have to add. But it is true that at least we have a common objective in our minds, and I hope to include more women. Yes, thank you for your ideas about urban planning too, and what we call cross-planning. Now I am here with Cristina, and Cristina knows that I'm going to ask about blockchain in the cities. Blockchain can guarantee the cyber security that Mar mentioned before with all the devices, but please excuse about these terms, blockchain. But Cristina, what is your vision and what are you doing? What are you working on? I think that there are two key words that we need to understand. The cities of the future is not an isolated thing. It is an ecosystem in which we have not just buildings, traffic controls, good controls, etc., or services or isolated elements. There are many stakeholders that will need to cooperate in the future. That's why cooperation is something that we need to bear in mind, because we will need to share data, and data will have to be shared in a secure and safe way. So we have the challenge of cooperation, because we are not used to cooperate. We have to break the barrier of working in silos. So once we understand that we have to work together to have a future city which is really connected, a city in which we can really be efficient and more sustainable thanks to technology, once we understand that, we need to cooperate and be transparent. That's why we want to include security, and that's why blockchain is something we need to take into account. Blockchain is a technology that will allow us to make our ideas for the future to come true. And that's why, especially in transport, we are working from open platforms. We don't oblige anybody to work with specific companies. So we are just working so that the different stakeholders can be part of the process by cooperating, sharing data in a safe and secure way using blockchain as one of the technologies which really help us. For example, we are working in what we call last mile deliveries, and these last mile deliveries are developed by transport companies, but this is just the end of a chain where different countries are involved, where different authorities are cooperating, where different vehicles are taken into account so that deliveries can be sustainable and routes can be good for cities. And then the final delivery is the final point, but we need to take into account all the stakeholders of the process. We are providing platforms so that everybody can share data in a safe and secure way, and they can also decide the data that they can share, because not everybody has to have access to all the data, because you know that some people are reluctant to share data. So I would say that we need to start having an idea in our mind which is about cooperation, and this is about technology which will help us to work differently in a more secure way. Blockchain is the future, which is something that I wanted to really share with you.
Esto va de una tecnología, sino esto va de una combinación de tecnologías que al final...
This is not just about technology.
Totalmente de acuerdo, Cristina. Además,
totally agree, Cristina. And really, it's about asking ourselves, wow, this morning there was a celebration in Brussels of the 30 years of the European single market. So in this relevant issue, these safe cities that share data with sensors being used for what they have to be used and not supposing a risk. I imagine that you are having some initiatives, but how can you give us an idea of what the scenario is like in terms of at a national level? So how do we make these cities robust, and how do we manage for tech to converge? We can have blockchain entrepreneurs and like yourself, Chris and Estefania. So to start a business in the public sector, in national security, does this exist? Is this a thing? Wow, this is like many different questions in one. First question, European. You know this very well. I mean, the European environment has gone hand in hand with this process. Obviously, we have legal frameworks for data exchange, we have regulation in terms of data protection, but also we have regulation for business data protection. No one ever talks about this, but it exists. So within this context, we also talk about reusing data. The European Union has to be the great consumer of data, and we all have to share all the information that Cristina was making reference to in many different aspects, but one of them is cybersecurity. So in terms of this, we have many different sets of regulations. security of information from 2018, but also we have the second one now in force. And this has an impact in all the services, essential services, such and supply chains that Cristina was saying, the public sector as well. But also this will have an impact in small companies, service suppliers, and so on and so forth. So the regulation framework really points in that direction. Also, it's important to be aware of good practices and recommendations. There are sets of good practices for reusing 5G networks. We now have the law for the 5G legislation has been recently passed in Spain. We were talking about circular economy. There are many differences that we can still do, many good practices to be applied and implemented, many different roadmaps to follow, if you want to call them that. There's also the Cybersecurity Agency, European Agency, for certifying products so they are safer. This gives way to your second question, how to start a business in this scenario. Well, I don't deal with this anymore, but I'm really up for it. When I joined the National Security Departments 10 years ago, we were talking about cybersecurity 50 years ago, but the first strategy appeared in 2013 in Spain. But when you go there and talk about cybersecurity and say that this is a thing of national security, it's a national security issue, because it is about people being interconnected and connected with systems which contribute to their own daily lives, for example, the health sector. Well, all this means that it's a long way ahead. The public sector also needs to know how to tackle all of this, how to go about this, how to take the country to good practices, to the implementation of strategies and legislation. I coordinated two national strategies of cybersecurity, and I have put Spain in fourth place in terms of cybersecurity. Obviously, we have our handicaps as well, but many things can be done in the public sector. You have to really be aware of the scenarios. You have to have time. You have to be able to make an effort and to really work hard and to use opportunities. So we have risks, but yes, we also have opportunities and a long way ahead. I mean, for us dealing with cybersecurity, it's very important to attract talent. So people, please come and work with us. Talent is out there. We just have to use it. Yes, please use your talent for cybersecurity. We are waiting for you with open arms. Thank you very much for answering all the questions that we have made. We're a bit conscious of time, but Stephanie, I wanted to talk about something different with you, which is sustainability. In the previous panel discussion, they were talking about the 7 SDGs, but in your experience, and well, we have the luxury of having you three at this panel discussion. So what is your vision for this green cyber city? I mean, what is the homework that we need to do? I mean, Mar was saying that we have done our homework, but we have to carry on. In our case, this is in terms of cybersecurity. So where do we go now in this, in terms of mobility, horizontal cities and cities that are don't make us less happy? So where do we stand? Well, there's no magic wand here. I mean, this year the most recurring question is sentence is active mobility, which is like walking or cycling. We have done that forever. We have walked and cycled forever. So that is not the solution for everything. So it's just about, the key word here is collaboration and cooperation, because some vehicles can have double use, can be used for two different things. For example, Soria or the emptied Spain, certain means of transport that were used before are not really relevant now because not many people live there. And on these places, we can generate different ecosystems where people can use different means of transport, for example, bikes. So there are different mechanisms that can be set in motion, but really, I think that the only thing that can work in sustainable cities is that all the parts cooperate. They collaborate within their role, and it's about leaving the main, the center to others, and it's about learning to collaborate and to cooperate with each other. I think this translates to all the topics that we have touched upon. We all need to learn how to share and how to cooperate. Yes, certainly. I mean, collaboration is just, it's paramount. It's of the essence, because not only between public and private sector, but also between private and private sector. Businesses need to have this, the trust of all, the whole private sector chain in order to collaborate. Yes, this is very interesting. I mean, this active mobility invites us to do something that we have been doing for years, which is to walk. And this is something that we have always done. We have done this for many, many centuries. But we need to go beyond that. I mean, we have different types of vehicles, we have different types of mobility. And in your point of view, from your point of view, I mean, it's interesting to see that collaboration, and we still have a little bit of time, but what would be the summary from you? You have to give us like two main ideas of not going back, not giving steps backwards. We need to carry on walking in different vehicles with different energies that are sustainable and that help cities. Yes, I fully agree with my fellow panelists. We have talked about data economy, etc. But we have a vision. We have a vision of a city in the future and a vision of what things look like in the future. But to have a vision from the onset is a mission, it's an impossible mission, because we need to break that into small, into piecemeal chunks. You need to be able to carry on. You need to be able to continue believing in the construction of the vision. For us, is we find the motivation to do, for example, we say, we do this in last mile. We will do metrics here. We will measure whether this is better, whether this is more sustainable, and then we will see how we can carry on. Just to give you an example, this is short term, but also in the longer term, it's about looking at how technology can help us in the longer term. So, for example, digital twins, imagine that we can add, imagine if we could add a carriage, a cargo carriage to a subway, to an underground train. This would be amazing. So what frequencies would we have, for example? We could deliver packages, parcels within minutes in Madrid using infrastructure that is there already. But if we try to do this in reality, this is a massive project. But if we had a digital twin that we could measure up and that we could calculate upon, we need a vision. We have a vision. And it's not a vision of becoming the city of the future. it's about becoming the planet. So, but really, it's about doing things short term that you can measure, that you can calculate, and that will motivate you to carry on. Thank you, Cristina. Yes, really, we have to go beyond this active mobility that Stephanie was telling us about. I mean, it's about defining new ways, new solutions for sustainable mobility. So we have 3-4 minutes left. So this will be the last round of interventions. I will ask you for just one last key message. I will ask a question. I hope that one day we'll get to a lecture, you know, one of our talks. And Teresa keeps inviting us here every year. And thank you, Teresa, because it's wonderful to be connected by you. But it's great that we have an audience that is mixed gender. So in this closing statement, I will ask you that there are many women who are not contributing yet in leadership because they don't think they can contribute in leadership. They are not doing intra-entrepreneurship. It's about interconnecting each other and about being efficient. So what would be your message in general terms, your closing statement to these women to convince them, as Mar was saying, let's pull some talent? Mar, Estefanía, and Cristina. Well, yeah, you have said it already. This is about many different pieces of the jigsaw, many different people, talent, and cybersecurity. And really, because this is my trade, but mostly it's about saying that it's paramount to be interdisciplinary. This is a difficult word for them. It's about working with an interdisciplinary approach in smart cities. It's about using different profiles, communication, marketing, psychology, cybersecurity, so we can build. If we want to build a smart city, we need that talent geared towards building a smart city that is sustainable, transparent, and cyber secure. Thank you, Estefanía. For me, a keyword would be visibilize yourself. So for all women who want to contribute, you need to become visible. You need to let yourself be seen, because that is the way to evolve, to improve, and to go towards, to reach the objectives that we set, even if it is long term. Okay, so go for it, short term, medium term, and long term. Cristina, your minute. Yes, I will take this opportunity with this wonderful audience to say that we need women. Logistically, it's not about, in logistics, it's not about moving boxes, it's not about driving a truck. Logistics is completely horizontal and it's super strategic. So for all of you women with any doubts as to where to go professionally, look at logistics, because logistics is a world to be explored. I mean, we need to build a smart city that is powerful, and for that we need diversity. We need diversity of thought, we need diversity so we can create better cities and so we can work together. I am passionate about this, and technology gives us the tool for the first time to do this in big terms, to make it safe, to make it sustainable, and to use the data that we have, which is a huge amount, for the good of everybody. Yes, so yeah, for the good of everybody. Thank you. so very much to you three. It's such an honor for me to chair this talk, and it's a great honor for me every year to be able to attend to this event. And thank you, and I hope that the next panel discussion will be as interesting. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bueno, Monse, me alegra verte.
Monse,
Hasta luego.
it was lovely to see you.
Y la siguiente mesa se llama
The next panel discussion is called New Sustainable Ways of Investing and Creating Value. We have Marlene Esteves, board member of Roca Junient. She will chair this panel discussion. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Teresa, thank you. Thank you to the council, the City Council of Málaga for this initiative. We will talk about a subject which is of paramount importance. This is sustainability. Sustainability is not a trend. This is a reality. This is a need. Society is changing, and with it, companies have to change with it, have to adapt at the same pace, which is why it's not enough with investing in profitability criteria. We have to be aware of sustainability, social equality, and governance. So ESGs. It's about doing things with the rule of law and meeting criteria which are ethical, social, and in governance. So it's about how to invest with profit margins, but at the same time to create a future and to help build a future. I don't know if you are ready for the panel discussion. I think they are just I think they're getting their microphones on, and they will join us briefly. I will introduce our panel discussion, all panel members. This will be chaired by Rocío Álvarez Osorio. I am a lawyer and I am a CEO of Roca Junient, and I founded with other wonderful people an NGO called Women in a Legal World. And we do lots of different projects with Teresa and with all these group from women startups in female entrepreneurship. One of the people who we work with is Rocío Álvarez Osorio, who's a brave woman, courageous woman. She's a partner and CEO of Token City. We will also have Felix Fuertes, who is one of the founders of Crypto Plaza, Lara Viada, who is an investment director at CREAS, Alberto Sanz, director of financing and investor relations in ISEX Invest, Tere Valero, founder of Venusina. I'm really looking forward to meeting you. Alberto Monatel, who works with public relations and promotion in ENISA. Sonia Fernandez, who's a partner in Kibo Ventures. They're ready for us, so I'll leave you with them. Thank you very much.
escucha bien? Sí, perfecto. Muchísimas gracias, Marlene,
Thank you
por la
very much,
introducción, por la presentación.
Marlene.
Y tengo la suerte de, moderar una
I
mesa
am
con
fortunate because
un
I
panel
am chairing a
maravilloso.
panel,
Es gente que está
marvelous
en la
panel.
punta de lanza de la
This
inversión
is
española, de la
the
financiación en
top of
España a
Spanish
compañías, a
investing,
startups. Y sobre todo tenemos un
financing
tema
to
maravilloso, que
startups,
es el tema
and
de la
we will talk
sostenibilidad,
about
de
a
la cual hemos venido
wonderful
hablando
topic,
a
which
lo
is
largo de esta
sustainability.
tarde. Me gustaría
And
empezar la
I
mesa, iba a
wanted to
presentaros,
start
pero
this
como ya lo ha hecho Marlene,
discussion.
que lo ha
I
hecho
was
maravillosamente bien,
going
sí que
to
es cierto que no
introduce
vamos
you,
a tener a
but
Alberto,
Marlene
porque
has done
en su
that.
casa vamos a tener
Alberto is not here,
al gemelo digital, no sé, el gemelo
but
digital,
we
¿no?
will
de,
have
la,
his
de
the
Enisa,
digital twin
Alberto,
from Enisa,
Antoni Rondán,
Antoni,
en su lugar. Y bueno, pues
to
vamos a
replace
empezar
him,
por Lara.
and
Tenemos a Lara,
we will
sí,
start with
tenemos a
Lara.
Maravilloso.
Hello, Lara.
Bueno, pues Lara, como os he
Wonderful.
dicho, es socia
Lara
de
is a partner
del fondo de inversión de
in
referencia, ¿no? de
the
impacto en España.
investment
Y me
fund,
gustaría
the
empezar
investment fund in Spain,
resolver
creating impact
realmente
in
qué
Spain.
se entiende por
What
sostenibilidad.
do you understand as sustainability when it comes to investing? I'm sorry, I was muted. You can hear me, right? Thank you very much, Rocío. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. So, our idea for investing sustainably, thinking about this question, I mean, sustainability is becoming more popular, but for us is to try. It means to try to contribute towards solutions, specific solutions in terms of social impact and in terms of environmental impact. Why is this sustainable? Well, because when we talk about sustainability, sometimes we think only about the planet, but really, sustainability is about putting the planet and the people in the center. It's about contributing to sort out, to give solutions to the big challenges that we're facing. And it's about being able to mitigate climate change. It's about reducing the growing inequality. And there is a project called Impact Management Project, globally generated by the main managers and the investment funds pioneering impact in global change. And they created the ABC, the alphabet of impact. And they came up with the ESG investment. We know now that that's not enough. It's about benefiting stakeholders, which is where sustainability is for us. We look for companies that really are mitigating their environmental impact. They are improving their staff's, their workers' life, and also this contribution to solutions. We contribute to solutions. This is where the impact is. In CREAS, we have worked for 10 years and tried to promote these new look at things, and to try to convince investors that trying to create an impact creates value in the long term and something that can be achieved in a profitable and in a scalable manner. For us, impact investment, which is what we call it, means investing in companies with three main ingredients: intentionality, mission-driven, so they want to solve a particular problem. They have to have metrics, they have to be able to measure their impact in order to maximize it, obviously. If you don't know how much impact you're having, you don't know how much you can still grow. And they also need to have additionality. This is a very obscure concept, but it means that they have to propose transformational things. They have to propose substantial changes, additional to their activities that generate impact in terms of climate change and social impact as well. So this is it. Thank you very much, Lara. Okay, Sonia, she's a partner in Gibo Ventures. How many companies have you helped to reach their dreams in Kivo Ventures, what are the processes or the criteria that you implement as new ways of investing, new ways of sustainable investments? What Lara was saying, I mean, we are not an impact fund as such, but many of the companies where we invest have founders with a mission which is aligned to, for example, impact in terms of sustainability and so on. This is in the agenda of investors who are in turn investing in other companies. Some funds do have a very specific regulation to measure and to report their KPIs in terms of impact metrics. We do not have this need to report. We don't have this need to report, but we have more and more projects that are being run this way. I mean, we are investing in mobility education, and we look at other companies who are also being looked at by funds such as CREAS. And for us, this goes into the whole of the companies that we look at. We have incorporated this into our way of investing. So really what we do, we include the ESG agenda in our investment process. So when it comes to do a timesheet, I'm sorry about using very financial terminology, but when we write the terms of investment to go into a company, to invest into a company, then by that point, we already have a section where we tell the company that we will try to drive these themes forward. And also, after this stage, when it comes to analyzing, when we deal with terms of due diligence, fiscality, labor legislation, financial legislation as well, we also have ESG due diligence section where we look at whether there's anything in terms of this that could be a problem. If there is, then we don't carry on, we don't go forward with investment. So we are taking this into account. It's becoming important for us. I mean, obviously, as managers, we have our own projects in terms of ESG themes, and this is now in our everyday agenda, not only in impact funds, but also in funds in general.
Alberto Sam, director de financiación y relaciones con inversiones en el ICEX. La sostenibilidad es un criterio.
Alberto Sam, sustainability is a criterion that many investment companies are including. And how do you measure sustainability, or what criteria do you use? I am not an expert on technology at all, but I could say that in the first place, please allow me to thank Teresa for including the internationalization or globalization within the entrepreneurship or startups. In our case, in investments, banks are part of ICEX, we communicate with investors, and investors are really oriented or taking sustainability into account. How do we measure that? It is very complex. And I don't really believe that we can measure it when I see that 90% of investors are looking for sustainability. I don't believe it, because profits are also important. So how do you measure sustainability? Because it is part of your memory, or because it is part of your objectives? I don't think so. There are many tools that we can use to measure sustainability, and that's why the first presentations were so useful. There are more and more technology tools and more and more regulations that really show us how to use different criteria. So intentionality, it is is another topic that we will have to take into account. Also, as I said before, financial profits are other criterion that we need to take into account. Technology, for me, plays a really important role on this process. Today, we have more information available than ever. And there are many systems like blockchain or artificial intelligence, which can really help us. I've worked in trade for so many years, and we had in the past a lot of our standards and regulations to take into account how to control minerals, how to control a lot of things. You can have a lot of regulations and standards, but then you don't know what happens with the money that you send. So I think that technology is going to play a very important role. And today we have the technology that is necessary to trace or track everything that we do, even with the phone that we carry on our pocket. So I think that sustainability criteria can be able to be monitored in the future. Thank you. Antoni, can you tell us about how Nissan is going to, or is supporting the business tissue? Nissan is a public company depending on the industry ministry, and we provide loans to SMEs through what we call participatory loans. Participatory loans are very beneficial for companies because it is very easy to be refunded. So we support companies so that they cannot disappear or that they do not come into liquidation. So we know that many people have made a huge effort to set up businesses, and that it is very important for them to have access to money, to have a minimum share capital. Once they have the capital, we help them, we support them financially so that they can launch different projects. We have 5 loan lines. Our Impulso is a specific line for the agro-tech startups. Then we have the digital loan line for women who want to set up businesses and who have an innovative project in the digital environment. Then we have 3 credit lines for young entrepreneurs. Last summer, we approved, or the ministry approved, other loan or credit lines. We were given some money to support or to finance all the companies that we want. So this is more or less the activity of NISA, which is to support the ecosystems once the companies are already set up. Félix Fuertes is the founder of Formación en Inversión, Training and Investment, working in the crypto world. I'd like to ask you, how can you relate, or how can we relate cryptocurrencies with sustainable investment? First of all, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Teresa for the organization of this event and for being so passionate. I've been listening to all the talks and presentations, and I know that the level that you have is so high. I want to congratulate all my colleagues because their careers are very impressive. I want to congratulate Rocío for being a so spectacular moderator. Can you repeat the question, Rocío, please? Because I wanted to say thank you first. How can we relate cryptocurrencies with sustainable investment? We have to take into account many aspects, and I worked in the financial market in the past, and we had at one point we needed to transfer some money to Jamaica in Jamaica currency, and a Spanish bank blocked the transfer without no reason. And at that moment, we discovered that we needed more solutions, or more innovative solutions from the private sector. We know that this is very important, but if we think about not just the free transmission of information, or the free movement or circulation of information, the fact of being connected with our money is very important. So cryptocurrencies are not just about innovation. They are innovative from the incentives point of view, but also the blockchain technology is innovative. Blockchain has shown, and I encourage everybody to have more information about blockchain, but we have shown that blockchain without cryptocurrencies are useless, and blockchain was created from the impact point of view, from the impact perspective. It is not included in the financial context, but I think that it is very important for any person to have access to assets which can be a currency or a security. And it is very important to see if people are not able to save money, that there are many ways in which we can support them. You know that some governments in some currencies have different types of problems to finance their citizens, and I think that cryptocurrencies are a resource to transfer capital and value through the internet. Additionally, cryptocurrencies can create wealth, and sometimes this is not possible with local currencies. In Spain, the situation is not ideal. In Spain, we think that cryptocurrencies are speculation, but the truth is that they are impact assets because they work in a decentralized way. It's an environment where nobody knows each other and everything is aligned. We know that in the last 30 years, we have tried to work with cryptocurrencies, and I think they are successful because they are digital assets that can be used by everybody and that can be used by a lot of people in a tangible way, thanks to the work of a community. So the community keeps the cryptocurrencies infrastructure because it is very useful and beneficial to have cryptocurrencies. So I think that it is very good to distribute wealth around the planet, and that's what cryptocurrencies can do for the world. Your words is related or are related to Tere Valero. I am in love with you, Tere, because you are the founder of a company and you have worked for many years. And once she was retired, she launched her own cryptocurrencies in the project called Dames Interconectadas. You participate in many projects, and I think that all the projects in which you participate have a huge impact. Thank you. So can you tell us how your inspiration or where it comes from? My inspiration is or started many years ago. A friend of mine wanted to create a feminist cryptocurrency. I talked to her and with other people, and we were not sure about launching cryptocurrencies, but a friend of mine told me, let's do that. Why not? Let's create a cryptocurrency who can be feminine, right? Which can be feminine. And I didn't understand the process at the beginning, but for me to explain what I do is that we women started to think that we have to invest in ourselves. What I have seen throughout my life, in my experience, in the companies I have worked in my own companies, and in the degrees that I have studied, what I have checked is that we don't know how to invest in ourselves, we women. We are always taking into account fashion and things that come from the outside. Some years ago, I created a group of women who invested in the capital markets, and we were old, by the way. So we women, or my friends and I, saw that we had to make use of the new technology to have, you know, 3 different pillars in a triangle. So the first vortex would be my project called Interconnected Women, Dames Interconectadas in Catalan, is a platform where everything is interconnected. One can say, what are my aptitudes? What are my skills? What is my knowledge? Or what are my strong points? Or how could I set up a business? How can I establish different alliances? Everything is included in the project. And we started, you know, using the internet, networking, connecting people, providing services, asking for different products. We established a platform so that we could offer services and products. Then we thought that a good idea could be to have a cryptocurrency that we can use in our platform. The cryptocurrency was created in 2018. It is a feminine project, and we are not part of the global market. There are many feminine cryptocurrencies in CoinMarketCap, by the way. In the coin market, yeah, but we are not part of it, right? That's what I mean. We are not part of it because we are just small, and we want to what happens in the market with the movement of cryptocurrencies. So we have decided to, you know, to be small, not to be part of the market, and we are being quite successful financially, by the way. But it is not part of the market. It is just for us. The cryptocurrency that we use was born with the feminine values and with the values that we mentioned before about cooperation, care, joy, etc. It is also related to a wish, the wish to, you know, to be free, or to be free in the society as women. So to support our projects, both the cryptocurrency and the platform that we have done many things. But before explaining what we do, I want to make use of this opportunity to tell you that our platform is very well designed, but we lack some technology. And we need programmers, and we need technicians. So if you're a programmer or a technician who want to work with us, please let me know. But please, if you wait at the end of the presentation, you can talk to Tere. There is another element that we needed, and it is called the Bank of Women. So it's a bank, and it's a bank that works as the rest of the banks. But we started, you know, to train on financial education, because you know that sometimes you go to the banks in general and you don't have an idea about what you are signing. So we are trying to change training in banks. We are trying to reorganize everything so that we live in a different environment for women. I know it's like an utopia, but when we really work together, we see that there are many things that can be possible. Creativity is a reality in our project. We are recovering creativity because creativity has always been there, but when you learn that economy is organized by men, you are wrong. I mean, the first financial issues. The first economy was organized by women. In the past, the women were the ones who really were counting, really were watching over the money. Then the banks copied us. So you said that the bank is not for women, is a bank made of women, your bank, right? Because women always returns the money or gives the money back, right? The money back. So yeah, I really agree with that. There are beautiful projects in the world developed by women with different solutions. But the truth is that our bank is ours. And I had the experience of working with Vicente Ferrer in India, and Vicente Ferrer developed projects for women and projects developed by women. Yusuf created also different projects with women, and they really discovered that we have to be empowered to, to do our own things and to really take care of our own things. And the Bank of Women that we created, EBO Bank. EBO Bank is a Spanish bank for women, but our bank is called the Bank of Women, and the name of our bank is Eva, the name of the first woman. So we are based on ethics, values, and love. So part of this investment that we have to have for ourselves comes from love, because we have to love ourselves. We need to give us some value so that we can really be empowered and love the rest of the world in a very sustainable way. When is your bank going to be ready? Another colleague mentioned before, I think it was someone working in the town council, who said something about welcoming ideas. Yesterday, I visited a group of people in Malaga, and I think we are starting the bank. I hope that in the coming, months, the bank is going to be a reality, maybe for spring, right? So let's follow you and see the evolution of your project. Thank you very much for your words. Now we are moving to Lara, because we have 10 minutes left. Lara, I wish, or I'd like to talk about the industries or the sectors that are coming up for investors. Thank you, Rocío, and congratulations, because the stories that we are sharing are fantastic. We normally speak about three different areas: empowerment, care, and regeneration. Empowerment for us means to develop training or education projects, so that the education of today is related to the jobs of the future, because we know that education now is not working, and we need to change things so that technology can be a reality in schools. The future of work, as artificial intelligence is transforming everything, and we also need to take this into account in the companies so that employees can reinvent themselves, etc. We need to prepare ourselves for the future of tomorrow. Then care is also very important, and is also related to the elderly population. There are more and more old people, and the social systems need support. We need to transform care in our society, and we need to improve their health care systems. We take many things into account, or things that are quite neglected. Mental health, for example, is something we need to focus on, especially because of the COVID. COVID showed us how important is mental health, and how technology can make therapies more available to different people. Peer-to-peer therapies, or technology as a whole, can support therapists and people in general. Regeneration is also another process that we'd like to include. Circular economy and technology can reduce what we consume and what we use to create a more sustainable planet, and also regenerative agricultural is being improved, because I think that biodiversity is something that we will need to take into account in the future, to use water, pesticides, etc., in a more responsible way, so that our lands can be sustainable for the future. So these are more or less the sectors in which we are working. Thank you. Wonderful, Lara. Sonia, what about you? You've mentioned that investors require sustainability in their projects, but how is your how are your projects being increased, and what happens with the investors? Many of these priority sectors for Lara and Creas are also interesting for us, because there are many interesting projects that are related to education or sustainability. We have invested some money in education in a company of training, in a training company in Barcelona. And for us, we see that this is going to be more important in the future. We have experienced also a change in the labor market. And when you create a project and you want to be successful and you want to attract talent, you need to have a project with a vision and a mission which is very powerful. Our experience is that entrepreneurs who really have a very clear vision or mission driven, as Lara said before, many of the companies have an impact behind them, which is related to sustainability, education, high tech, etc. All these topics in the end are significant, because we see that the successful investors are the ones who really take these topics into account and now are supporting impacts with a very clear impact. Flywork CEO is an example of that, and it's not an isolated case. We have invested in Tier 2, a micromobility company in Europe, and the founder of this company invests personally in sustainability-related projects. So I think that this is going to be a trend in the future, because these people are brilliant and they are going to create very good projects having these topics or these ideas into account. So let's encourage that in the future. Okay, wonderful. Felix, what about you? What are the steps that blockchain is following to be sustainable and not to pollute? Well, that's a very good question. And the problem that we have in the blockchain context when we speak about cryptocurrencies is that we think that Bitcoin, for example, or the validation of transactions in blockchain is something that pollutes itself. A hardware or a computer which is working and using energy, we normally tend to think that they pollute because they consume high levels of energy, but this is not the case at all. What happens with blockchain technology, especially in the case of Bitcoins or other related cryptocurrencies, because everybody needs to have the same conditions, the problem that they have is that this type of work, this type of minery is financed through energy which is not very clean. And there is a part of the Bitcoin blockchain technology, 30% more or less, is created with renewable energy. But I understand and I agree that we need to have better solutions and that we need to have applications which are sustainable. Ethereum, for example, is the smart contract project of decentralized applications, very well used in the world. I think that there are billions of dollars blocked in this Ethereum blockchain technology. They recently had an update that is more sustainable. They came from the test model where they use a physical computer and they used and consumed a lot of energy in the past, but now they are trying to be more sustainable. Now they are evolving. They are moving towards participation model, and you are not going to be obliged to have a physical hardware anymore. You just need a validator installed on your computer, and they will assign their potential reward with the possibility to participate in the internet, in the network, so that we can reduce the CO2 emissions, or at least the financing to the industries which provide energy through fossil fuels. So I think that the blockchain ecosystems has really evolved, and they have come to a point where integration is more sustainable. And I think that many of the projects that we are seeing that work are related to sustainable energy and are more successful. There will be people adapting or saying if sustainability is profitable, but I think that blockchain and cryptocurrency show that profitability and sustainability can go together hand by hand. In the world of cryptocurrencies, we see that with the exception of Bitcoin, all blockchain, all cryptocurrencies working with participation tests at the government or incentives levels with the environment are those who are better capitalized, and Bitcoins and other type of currencies are not going to be able to be a solution anymore. We are seeing that a very fast industry such as blockchain moving so fast is going to change and evolve in a more sustainable way. And we know where value is, and value is or is going to be related with sustainability.
Thank you. You are the super Catalan entrepreneur. So you equate this Bitcoin to zero emissions. I think that will be amazing when it's in gear. Okay, we have 1 minute left. So really, Alberto, in 1 minute, what is ISIX doing in terms of impact in Spain? For a long time now, ISIX has had to worry about internationalization of the impact ecosystem. We're talking about wine or shoe fairs for taking these companies abroad and put them in contact with other companies to scale them, and we have programs to put them in touch with other companies. We have also, we need to attract foreign startups. We have a project, an initiative to attract small or big startups to Spain. So if there's any startup who wants to host them for 6 months, please give us a ring. Please tell us in 1 minute the impact, Anthony, the Nissan line in terms of women. Yes, thank you. They ask us about this everywhere, and in 2021, Nissan has a wider insertion in terms of the entrepreneur ecosystem. We have two lines. One of them depends reports to the ministry, and the other one is to do with the Ministry of Finance, with digital agenda. We want to give you another step to help women who start businesses. We have already invested 2 million euros, over 70 projects that have been approved already, and many more which are being analyzed. It's not very, it's difficult for us to reach all of them. The project has to be innovative, but we are now starting to cut the waiting times a little bit, and it's important. So we work with companies like Agroptima, in Femenino. Some of them are starting to have an impact in the entrepreneur ecosystem, and they deal with blockchain, with agro or tech environments, services, retail. And we are delighted to see that we can really feed the whole ecosystem. Yes, obviously you are doing something wonderful. You are Tere, where do you see this triangle that you were saying in 10 years' time? Who knows what will happen in 10 years? I don't know. No, but what would you like? Well, it's just the change. There is so much change. I mean, we don't know. So, well, okay, maybe in a month. I think that I would just want to do a summary and use a sentence that I found somewhere in a book in Kathmandu many years ago. And it's a Nepalese proverb which says that it doesn't matter what happens in 10 years' time. Where there is a woman, there is prosperity. So who knows what happens in 10 years? But if there are women there, there will be prosperity. Perhaps there will be money or not, but there will always be prosperity. Thank you very much for your energy. I mean, you are just like pure inspiration. Thank you very much. I hope that you will have the same, I will have the same strength as you do. Thank you for being here. It's great to listen to you. Oh, yeah, we love to hear you too, Rocío. I hope that everything will go really well in Lisbon, Felix, and we will now hand over to the next panel discussion, which is called Global High Impact Practices to Close the Digital Gender Gap. Anna Singh will chair the panel. She's M&A TMT executive and also co-chaired by Christina Geratikis, co-CEO of Singularity U Australia.
Can we cue Anu? Hi.
Good.
Except we can't hear you.
Can you not hear me? Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Are you introing the session?
Yes. Can I start?
Yes, thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I am delighted to be here this evening. I am Anu Singh. I am an independent consultant, mergers and acquisitions and strategy expert, and a non-executive director. I'm delighted to be able to present this roundtable this evening on high impact practices to close the digital gender gap. The recent pandemic highlighted the importance of technology and digitization as business and society move towards being more digitally connected than ever before. According to the World Economic Forum, men are 21% more likely in the developed world to have access to the internet and 52% in the least developed countries. Clearly, there is a significant gap between men and women in terms of access to the internet. The need to narrow this gap is clearly more urgent than ever before. Not only will this improve financial inclusion, education, it will also improve the employability of women. There have been several studies conducted by a number of organizations, including McKinsey and S&P, who show that introducing more women into the workplace will result in a significant, approximately $6 trillion of contribution to the world GDP. This cannot be ignored. Women only hold a small fraction of the major jobs in the tech industry. What we need is a digital revolution for a gender-inclusive digital world. The discussion this evening will be moderated by Christina Horeketes, CEO of Singularity Australia, and our esteemed panelists, who are all having an impact on gender diversity tonight, are Carmen Marsh, Alexandra Boguslavskaya, Maria Pia, Marianne Guerra, Valerie Massambuco. Their bios were shared briefly on the screen just before we started. Christina, I will hand it over to you. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Cristina Gereketis y soy Digital Woman. Y estoy
Digital Woman, and I am happy to be here with you all. And that's all the Spanish I can say. I can speak.
To learn more when I come back next year. The topic for this panel is thinking high impact practices globally to close the digital gender gap. I have a saying, and I'm not sure it will translate properly, that ideation without execution is hallucination. Inspiring women leaders in the digital era is a cause for action. We're here with this group of international thought leaders to uncover their best learnings, born from failures and successes, on closing the gender gap through overcoming obstacles. So, Marianne, I'm going to start my first question with you. How can we help women understand that they need to speak up?
I think gender equity has been treated as a social issue. But as you mentioned, and we saw here before in the other panels, actually it's also an economic issue, right? So,
you mentioned in a conversation that we had earlier that it's most important to walk the talk, which aligns very well with ideation without execution is hallucination. In what ways should this show up?
Well, first of all, I think it has to do with something that also was discussing in the other panel. It has, especially with the financial sector, at least in Chile, my country, you know, the financial sector is where you can find less women in leadership. And if financial institutions are talking about sustainable lending and ESG investing, they have to walk the talk and include this kind of issues as part of their corporate governance, ESG. So that's why it's walk the talk. It's very, these topics has been for years, too much talk, but very few do. And we cannot keep waiting because we are moving forward to a digital renaissance. And that means that this convergence of technology will create the base for a new design of the economics, products, services, and society. And we need more women involved in this process and with a loud voice, for sure.
Thank you, thank you. Carmen, welcome from afar. In 2019, you founded the 100 Women in 100 Days Cybersecurity Career Accelerator. What was the inspiration for this, and what were the results? Carmen, can you hear me? I don't think so. Okay. Alexandra? I don't have. Anu? Let me go to you. The world is calling for companies to be better citizens. How is this showing up, and will businesses that ignore this, that ignore the call, eventually fail?
Thanks, Christina. I do believe that it would be impossible to ignore this. I think what we are seeing now then more frequently than ever before is the talk of ESG, which is environment, society, and governance, which are three, key pillars that companies are now being forced to address. There's becoming, there's new regulation that has been shared, as well as reporting requirements coming through from local stock exchanges and the like. I think there's pressure now from the investor community, from key stakeholders, which include employees. One cannot ignore that the performance of diverse teams has been excellent and has produced better financial results. Companies are under increasing pressure to grow profits, so why not employ the right and the best teams and the best format of teams? In addition, as I mentioned earlier, if you introduce more women into the workplace, there's going to be an increase in global GDP, which would therefore mean an increase in company profits. In addition, there is a war for talent. It's not like we have lots of skills available in the world, so why not make the pool of skills available larger? I think it would be impossible to ignore this, and if you do so, you will do so at your own peril and run a very, very high risk of failure.
Thanks, Anu. Alexandra? Yeah, Alexandra.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
In 2016, you started a business by creating the Data Science UA conference, which was all about AI. That was pretty early on. That was 2016, quite some time ago. Early in the whole digital journey, really. Can you share that journey with the audience?
Yeah, of course. Buenas noches, Malaga. With pleasure. I'm from Ukraine, and when I started Data Science UA, my company in 2016, it was huge, absolutely interest to artificial intelligence and to blockchain. I decided that I want to develop data science community in Ukraine, and we organized first data science and AI conference in Kyiv. Kyiv is the capital of Ukraine. We created ecosystem, whole community for developers, for data scientists, for AI engineers, for data engineers. When I started, I didn't expect that it would be like growing and growing, and now it is more than 15,000 developers in our community. Now we are doing IT recruiting, we are doing outsourcing, outstaff, and all absolutely types of services for IT companies. And what can I tell to all women around the world? That don't be afraid. Very difficult to start because you think that you don't have enough experience, you don't know how to be entrepreneur, and the most difficult steps only in the start. After that, of course, it is more and more difficult, but you understand that you will survive. And what helped me in the start of my journey, it is my team, it is people who believed in idea, who believed in our idea to develop community and that we can do it. And what I see now is that during the 6 years when I started my entrepreneur way, I see that it is more and more women, they're founders of startups, of companies, of very cool initiatives everywhere around the world. And of course in Ukraine, because when I started my journey, it was like very interesting that everyone asked me, are you really see a founder of data science? Yeah, I was telling, yeah, of course. But now, like more and more women, they're on leading position in IT companies everywhere. And I'm very happy to see it, this tendency.
Thank you, and also thank you under the circumstances that your country is under at the moment for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Valerie, in 2018 you were doing a PhD in Gender and Feminist Studies at the University of Ottawa in Canada. Can you share some of those conclusions because they're very relevant to this conversation?
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak in this forum. Yes, I've been working with women in African countries, and I realized that although most of the economic concept came from the West, they actually had existed already in African context. And I saw that the women had agency in so many ways in Africa. So I started to think how to actually give an opportunity to this agency to actually make more impact of women actions. One of the examples that I had was the way women actions in Africa have impacted to the point of influencing the creation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. And that is because they came together. And I thought that if all these women that really had agency in their own countries and their own activities came together, they could make more impact in their communities, at the national level, in the regional level, and why not at the global level. So I created Forum International from SHEP, the International Forum for Women Leaders, that aimed at establishing and creating some networks between leaders around the continent of Africa, of women, so that they can actually discuss issues of common interest and see how they can impact on their own countries, on their region, and the whole continent.
Something that, I'm going to go off script here, which is not unusual for me. Something that has come across directly or indirectly from a lot of the comments that have already been made is that fear women have, confidence. I have a colleague who calls it imposter syndrome. Can I just get a quick comment off you all before we go back on script on what any of that means to all of you? So fear, lack of confidence, primarily imposter syndrome, which I think is more associated with women than it is with men. Maria Pia, can I go to you first?
The imposter syndrome?
Not because you've got imposter syndrome, but what are your thoughts on women,
well, I think that every person, women or man, in some way or another, they have imposter syndrome. It's the way you face it is what makes the whole difference. It's a nice part of a process at the end. It's the attitude that makes the whole difference. You can use it as a driver to break your own glass ceiling, and sometimes the glass ceiling is within you, it's not outside. Yeah. And so it has to do with that. For me, at least, what I have been doing, I like to talk about personal cases because, people used to see a result. But what's really interesting is the process, because I for sure each of us will find a detail that will say, I suffered that one day, and and whatever. So you can reflect yourself. So, but at least in my case, I decide to, when I detect something that was kind of paralyzing me because I was thinking I was not good enough, I try to force me to go straight to that direction, because I learned that wherever I see fear or somewhere or another, a signal, is just the place where I can find a lot of opportunities, because when you cross that fear, there's nothing. And I will always talk about one day I was climbing, I was learning how to climb ropes, and I got totally frozen. And I heard the people that was supporting me saying, Pia, you can do it, but at the same time I was feeling, she cannot make it. And I always remember that feeling that they were saying she cannot make it made me to move a little bit of my big toe, and with that movement I was capable to keep climbing, and I made it. And after that, that was the very first moment where I really realized that, after fear there's nothing. And once you feel that and you detect that, you become totally unstoppable. And that's what makes a woman powerful, is when a woman is unstoppable. It's because when you don't have fear to leave a job, when you don't have fear to go and work exactly what is your weaknesses. I can tell you, I'm an economist, and this year I started learning how to code. And it took me a long journey, because at the beginning I was trying to do courses and I was withdrawing because I thought I was not good enough. But this year somebody was provoking me, saying, you are not technical enough, you're a great thought leader. And I said, okay, so I will be as much technical as I can be, and that is coding. And I started taking courses in Coursera, data science using Python. Then I started coding with other languages using for creative coding. And now, I became unstoppable, because, whatever they say, you have no experience, I can say, but I know how to do this, and if I don't do it, I know I can learn enough to be able to talk to the person, or the technical person I need to discuss. And that is the most powerful feeling, and the only way that we as women, we can, get rid of this imposter syndrome that also men have it, but they just manage the situation a different way.
I love that. So message for all the uni students in the audience is go in the direction of that fear. Marianne, best practice for you. What is best practice when it comes to inspiring women leaders?
I think that the most critical factor for a company is to make the gender equity part of the business agenda. It's not an HR thing. It's not a human resources project. Must be part of the executive agenda and must be within the goals of the company. I think this was the most critical factor for us. 10 years ago, when I joined the company that I work today, I was the only one top executive in the company. Today, we are 50%. So it's possible to do, but as you said, we need to stop talking and start moving, right? And I think that the best is when you are leading by example. For instance, in our case, our GM is ambassador of the He for She program. So he is one that is always speaking up and helping us in terms of give visibility And we implemented a lot of tools. We monitor compensation, we have affinity groups, we have mentoring programs for women, and those mentoring programs, they develop a kind of safety network for other women that are developing themselves to be leaders. So it's a positive cycle when you have it part of the business and not only an HR.
Can I compliment?
Of course.
Something, thank you, because in Chile I lead the 30% Club Chilean chapter. The 30% Club is a global initiative that started in 2010, looking forward to have more women, at least 30% of women on boards and leadership positions of the top listed companies worldwide. And in this journey, I have found, first of all, I want to tell you that you can be an inspiration for women. You know, you say that you were the only women in a top position. Probably you inspired a lot of women, younger women, that when they were looking at you, they were saying, it's possible. And also it's possible that she can have a career, she can have kids. I can tell you that I was inspired by the founder of the 30% Club, because Elena Morrissey, she's considered like the superwoman of the city. She has 9 kids. She was, managing director of Newton Investment, running a 9.1 billion pound fund, and 9 kids. So it was possible. And the last thing is that, also there's an issue when a woman says that is ambitious. I think that we should be ambitious.
Yeah.
It's good to be ambitious. It's not a bad word, it's a good word. And also that women have this different kind of inspiration. And sometimes you should inspire yourself saying, for instance, I want my little daughter to see that it's possible to reach a C level or a CEO position. So you have to find which is your driver. And sometimes when your driver is not yourself, your personal path, when it's something that you can inspire others, somewhere or another, that strength just comes to you when you need it. And that is, I think, super important.
Yeah, one thing that I consider important, returning to the imposter syndrome, is that the women generally, they want to be 100% prepared to do anything, to assume a role, to candidate for a job. And when we look, and this is data, I'm not, it's a published survey, men, when they are 65% prepared, they apply for a job. So they take risks, and we don't, because we think that we need to prove things every time. And this is important, We need to take a chance to.
Yes, yeah. And we always negotiate for others instead of ourselves.
Yeah.
There was also a study done where they asked men and women whether they could do a particular task. And the men said yes straight away. And the women actually went, can I really do it? And it wasn't that they doubted themselves in doing it, but they weren't that forthright. They wanted to think about and give that honest response rather than just say, yes, I can do it. Although, Branson says say yes and then figure out how to do it later. Alexandra, in the case for equality, you say that you don't hire women just because they're women. You hire them for their super skills, and I love that phrase, super skills. Can you tell us how that works in practice for you?
First of all, I want to tell you that in my company in Data Science UA, a woman in most of leading positions, head of recruiting, head of HR, head of PR, head of technical data science team, head of data annotation. In recruiting team, we have most of the women, it is 95% of women. I don't hire because it is woman. I hire women because they have superpower. In all multitasking things and all multitasking positions, it is, I'm telling, managing position, women are amazing because they remember about every team member. They know when they need to give more attention, when they need to give more control to every person. They feel it. It is like super skill, which they know from like when they want like small girls. I support the women, I support women, and I had a case that we hired a woman. She had 3 very small kids, and I had concerns how she will figure out how she will work. But it was the most amazing hiring. She was so excellent in time management that she did like 2 times more than other women here who didn't have kids. And I heard the story about 9 kids and managing partner. It's amazing. And I understand that every of us, like every woman, we have different roles. We have roles that we are women, that we are a mother who has kids, we are entrepreneur, we are manager, we are lead. And now it is time when we can combine all these roles, because 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it was very difficult to combine these roles and to be on managing position. And I'm very happy that our colleagues, women around the world, they did a lot in US and Europe, that it gives us possibility now to open our businesses, to travel, to realize our dreams and to support other women. When I see a woman on interview, sometimes it is women with very small kids, and kids are with them during the work time. And it's okay, because women are able to manage their time. They're able to combine all these roles. And I'm very happy that it is more and more young women who want to work, who want to develop their skills, who has ambitious to be in leading position. Because it was very interesting that my colleague said about like confidence. Now women with every year, they are more and more confident that they can do everything. That we can go to MBAs, that we can learn on Coursera, Python and data science, coding skills. Now we have huge amount of possibilities to develop and to grow as professionals. And we have possibilities to hire other women and to create for them like a system where they can work, and it will be very cool win-win situation. That's why, like in my company, it is with every year we are growing very quick, and it is more and more women and their career way in our company, what I see very quick. During 2-3 years, I understand that women can start from employee, and after a few years, she can be on leading position and managing position, and we are hiring other women to their teams. And I'm super happy to see this growth. How our women, they're growing, they're developing every day, every their working day.
I love that. That's fantastic. And I'd like to encourage everyone that's listening and that's here to actually imagine what your super skills and your superpowers are and create that superhero on a vision board. Anu, a number of studies have highlighted the financial benefits of diverse management teams. Can you share with the audience the opportunities that come with that knowledge?
I think I mentioned some statistics earlier, being that a recent study by S&P has indicated that including more women in the workforce could result in approximately a $6 trillion increase in world GDP. I think knowing that, I think it's actually almost a no-brainer that one should include women because in your workforce, because not only does it contribute towards better products and better quality of service, but I think that it's definitely an opportunity to increase your profits and your share of the market. So I think that that's absolutely, you know, for me, it's particularly given the current economic climate that we are facing, that it just makes sense that in order to grow the pie, let's add women to the mix here.
Thanks for sharing that. And Valerie, digital technologies, what opportunities do they hold for women?
Thank you. Before I go to digital technology, I wanted to say something small on the syndrome that we spoke about earlier. That really comes from patriarchy and socialization of women, telling them that they cannot do as women. So when they find themselves in the place of work, even when they are competent, they have these syndrome because they feel like it's not their place because they've been socialized to believe this is the place of the men. So one of the work that we do in my organization is to deconstruct and actually teach women that these are their rights. It might seem to some of the places around the world that this is basic, but this is the type of work that we do. Okay, so the digital technology for us is a big opportunity. It is a big opportunity, and as I go around Africa in many countries, I see especially young people taking up the digital technology. They're on TikTok, they're on Facebook, they're on Twitter, they're on all these platforms, and also advertising their work, advertising their enterprises, and that is great. The problem is that this can actually overshadow the bigger problem that many women on African continent, in African countries, do not have access because of so many factors: illiteracy, poverty, lack of access to internet, women living in rural areas. So I just wanted to actually underscore this, that on our side of heaven, we still have a lot of work to do to help women access internet and digital technology, because the problem of the other gender gaps in cultural citizenship, economic citizenship, political citizenship have a big impact on digital citizenship of women in Africa. So we really need to address those other issues, those other gaps, in order to attain to reduce the digital gaps, the digital gender gaps. The women who have access right now are trying to actually work together so that they can help other women, especially rural women, to access to the tools, the digital tools, the digital technology tools to gain knowledge, to gain access to competences. But it is still a long way to go. So I wanted to really underscore that whatever we're seeing, the mushrooming of people being on the digital technology, using the digital technology, can hide a really sad reality of many African women not having access to digital tools. So that is our main work, to try and help those women to access digital technology.
It's like we really need to have all ships rise. We need to create an egalitarian starting point for everybody. We're almost at the end of time, and I do want to come to each of you for a comment to leave with the audience. But Pia, first of all, I'd like to ask you, because we had a chat about it earlier, greenwashing, where you say that you are, but you really are not.
Well, it has to do with walk the talk at the end. It's the same thing. And of course, today with technologies, we have an opportunity to create assets with real-time data and try to do something to reduce the greenwashing. In particular, what has to do with gender or diversity in general, because we're talking about gender, but today for financial markets, also ethnicity is another dimension very important for in terms of strategy for the markets. I think that there are two things. First, companies, organizations in general, shouldn't be threatened on the fact to measure deeply their companies. Just to address a point, in Chile, just one listed company is part of the Gender Equality Index of Bloomberg, you know, that all the traders are able to reach before trading. And companies are scared because they feel that they are not good enough. You know, it's not good to show that they're still on the way. And it's quite the opposite, because what you measure is what you can manage, and you can have a strategy. And also it has to do for leaders with CEOs and chairmen. It's so important that they make public their diversity strategies, and also needs to have a time. I want to mention a case that for me is exactly what each global leader in business should do, is what Jane Fraser did 1 month ago. She posted in her personal LinkedIn account, you know, all Citigroup's diversity strategy in terms of gender and ethnicity per market, and with a data. And that is a leader that really, really is committed with diversity. And is saying, I haven't arrived yet, but that is what I'm working on. And that is a very important sign for the markets and for the society in general.
Very much around accountability.
Exactly.
So let's be accountable for everything that we say.
Measure, you have to measure that data. It's always so important.
Alexandra, final comment. If you wanted the audience here and those people that are listening now and will listen later to remember one thing, what would be the most important thing for you?
I want to tell all women that don't afraid, realize all your dreams, and it will be never better time than now. Because now, not tomorrow, not on Monday, it is perfect time to open startups, to open companies, to go to MBA, to learn new courses, to expand new team, to open one more company if you have 10 companies. Because now we have so many possibilities. And the things that COVID time taught us that we can do everything online, that we can be in one part of the world, but we can work and we can communicate everywhere. And our conference today is the proof that women from all the world, from all the continents, in one room, from Europe, from Ukraine, from Africa, from all countries. And for me, it is amazing.
From Australia?
From Australia, yeah, from US, I'm sure that it is a lot of women in hall. That's why I think now it is the best time. Because I remember stories from my mom when she started her career. She said that it was like a very big problem because she wanted to grow as a manager, as leader, as general manager. But everyone thought, but it was never woman on this position. It was only men on this position. We understand that you're a very smart woman, but we can't give you like a new position. And she was like a lot of years deputy manager because she's a woman. And when I heard it when I was a child, I was thinking, oh, will I have the same in my future? And what I see now is that I don't have it. That during 30, 40 years, the situation changed a lot. And what we are doing now is that we are changing situation for our daughters, for our granddaughters, that they will have absolutely like unlimited resources to grow.
So go now is the message. We're out of time and I'm getting a wind up and I want to go for, so everyone keep your one message really short, otherwise I'm going to get into trouble, big trouble. Anu, what's your one message?
I would say, and this alludes to the discussion around imposter syndrome. You know, men are given a job because they might be capable of doing the job. Woman is given a job because she has the track record to do so. So, in other words, nobody's backing you. You've got to back yourself And if you struggle with confidence, lean on the sisterhood or find a sponsor who will give you that confidence and, you know, a little push and a nudge to let you stretch beyond your comfort zone.
I'm taking that as back yourself. Okay, so back yourself, great message.
Back yourself.
Valerie?
I believe that there is a leadership in each one of us, and all we need is a little bit of opportunity to bring it out and start putting action our agency. So let's work together and build bridges to those women who do not have access to the digital tools so that we can help them bring out their leadership and impact the world.
Thank you. Pia, what's your one takeaway?
Well, digital renaissance. We are in a crucial moment in history. We are going to rewrite in the coming years our society, our economy, our products, our services, how data is going to be treated. And we need more women, we need diversity in this leadership position, that they will be creating these technologies and this innovation that they will literally disrupt the world as we know it.
Thank you. Marianne?
I think that gender equity will not happen by chance. It must be enforced, right? And we as women, we need to lead that. We need to start to stop thinking that it's not possible and to push back every time that somebody say to you that it's not achievable. And in this way, we can start to change at least the environment close, that nearby you.
Thank you. So we need to shift impossible to possible. We need to be the change that we want to see in the world. We need to be able to create the future that we want for our children and our children's children and 7 generations in front of us. So with that, I would now like to introduce to you the presenter of the next panel, Pilar Manchon, Senior Director of Engineering, AI Research Strategy at Google, who will introduce the round table, Building the Future of the Metaverse and NFTs. Please thank this amazing panel for their time and their expertise and their wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hola, soy Pilar Manchón y quería dedicaros unas palabras en esta sexta edición.
Hello, I am Pilar Manchón, and I wanted to say a few words to you. Luckily, I was invited to previous events, but this year I cannot be there in person. I didn't want to miss the opportunity to pass on my love and my interest in this type of forum, because it's important to the networking and to share information. We have to keep pushing in this fantastic community, which is literally changing the world. Best wishes.
Esta mesa la va a liderar Julia Serrano, que además de
This panel will be chaired by Julia Serrano, delegate of AM, a self-employed association from Andalusia in Spain. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Bueno, pues construyendo el futuro.
Okay, so building the future of metaverse and NFTs. It's quite a mouthful and it's complicated. What do you think? Is it complicated? Marta, can you introduce yourself? Marta Vallès. I'm a co-founder of Bottom, a startup specializing in blockchain technology, and we spend our days talking about the metaverse and blockchain. It's a bit more difficult for our generation, but it's simpler for 20-year-olds. So they were born in this. Yeah, exactly. Carmen Chicharro, Commercial Director and Marketing Director in Metro Bacesa. And well, obviously the metaverse is a challenge to explain in the world of property. Yes, we do have people who are very much in favor of this type of technology, but it is a traditional sector, so it's a bit challenging. Hello, my name is Monica Taher. Up until a few weeks ago, I was a director of technology and innovation in business for the government of El Salvador, and I was involved in the adoption of Bitcoin legal legislation. I have a consultancy of technology focused on connecting startups and acting as bridges between startups and venture capitalists. I was in Seville yesterday, very excited because I am starting a PhD. So I think the same that happened with social networks years ago, there is now a generation gap with new technologies. I mean, some people are always up for new technologies and for changes, and some people are always against them. So let's try and convince these reluctant ones about the benefits for businesses of new technologies. So metaverse, perhaps people, they see the TV adverts and they can have a little bit of an idea of what it is. Can you describe what metaverse is? Yes. I will explain this quickly and simply, but just so the audience understands, if we think about what it is for, it's simpler to explain. Really, metaverse is these virtual worlds, parallel virtual worlds, which would be like video games, but there is an economy in them. Things happen in those worlds. It's not just playing what happens. So this opens up a huge world of things to do, which people, well, they will explain us later what's happening, obviously in the property world, the training world, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so the possibilities are endless. And also NFTs. Okay, NFTs are the representation of something that is physical or virtual, but in a virtual environment, and you banner that. Okay, so you can make a building and you can say that you have a house in the metaverse. You can have the same house that you have bought in the real world, but you could play with the house. You could be shown the house by a property manager. You could furnish it, decorate it, and so on and so forth. And you could have an NFT for this house. We have seen many different examples in the art world as well. Paintings, artwork has been created as NFT and is given a value. We have platforms where you can create your NFT and you can sell it. And this is not someone who is an amazing artist, just anybody can paint something or do something digitally and then upload it onto this platform and sell it. This is very unknown, but it's very real. I think NFTs is what allows us to monetize and to know that something is ours. I think probably the art world is where this has all started. And these will just become more generalized. If you want to buy a space, a slot in the metaverse, it's through an NFT. You have to pay for it with a token, otherwise it's not. What is a wallet? Okay, in the metaverse, I think the explanation is great, that you have given is great, but really the metaverse is the turning point of the new internet of value. We are going to live in that virtual world, whether we like it or not, and in those virtual worlds, the key will be to how they will interact all of these metaverses, and then how many business models will generate as sub-industries within those metaverses. So we are facing we are in the waiting room of a new internet of value. We're not talking about value, but monetization. Okay, so you know a lot more about this than I do, but what you have said is the key. I mean, the key is monetization. I think for me, I mean, I know companies, the business world well. I don't know video games that well. So I always kind of tend to look at company business, the business world, and how micro companies, do you think that they will have an easy access to the metaverse? Yes, of course. We are the onset of this. And it's only the innovation departments in companies. But of course, they have a prior vision about this, and they are all now starting to get into this. Walmart is starting to say that people will buy from the metaverse, they will go shopping from the metaverse, and now we have shopping. You can do your shopping, buy your eggs and your milk and everything, and nothing will look ridiculous anymore, because we will go to the metaverse with our avatar to do things. There are also fashion shows, events, properties are being purchased, and many different things are being done in the metaverse. And I think the small ones are also getting into the metaverse. Small stakeholders can go there and sell NFTs, or, well, there is a number of things that are being done in the metaverse. Obviously, this is prepared for everyone. So yes, obviously they can do it, but do smaller stakeholders, smaller businesses have the vision to do this before it's compulsory? I mean, I have a digital marketing agency, and I do social networks. For small companies, it took them ages to really look at the possibilities that social networks were offering to enhance the visibility of their businesses. And when they saw it, it was late, because it was more expensive, it was harder. And so those who saw it at the beginning, who saw the possibilities at the beginning, really benefited from them greatly. Many companies helping as digital agencies can help within the metaverse, but really there is a lot of potential in this. I was thinking about this. If I had a hairdresser, for example, a hair salon, what do I do with the metaverse? Well, you can be at home and look in the metaverse at your avatar how the hair will look. And then you go to the hairdressers and say, look, I want this. For example, you want to book a hotel? Well, you can see your hotel room in the metaverse. So in terms of micro companies and video games, sometimes digital marketing or websites, micro companies, they didn't develop their own webs. They actually got other companies to develop them. So I think there is a huge market there to help small and medium-sized companies to create their own metaverses. I mean, their own avatars, and to be out there in the metaverse. So really, it's about having some practices that some companies could have and monetize and create a greater business opportunity with this. For example, we have the building in Malaga. We have 28 new buildings, And most of the clients are foreign. So for example, you have someone from Norway who he's in Norway and he has an avatar and he sees the building from Norway with his avatar. And he says, no, well, this is too expensive, let me see another flat. If you had your own website and you were selling on a three-dimensional world, this is what it is. People actually buy things for their avatars. So this could be another business, another line of business. Not buying things for yourself, but for your avatar. For me, one of the handicaps is that you cannot really try on your clothes. I mean, you can't really go clothes shopping because you need to see it on yourself. So yes, Nike, for example, Adidas and other brands, they were the pioneers in selling NFTs of their trainers for their avatars. But we're going back to the same thing. These are big brands. They have big budgets and big innovation projects. We're talking about small ones. Small companies are doing this, and they're doing it in Spain, for example. We support small companies, but here we work with Duran Subastas, and they have done auctions. They have auctioned for an NGO, the iris from the eye of Javier Bardem. This was from an NGO, for an NGO. With a different group, we are changing trading cards for NFTs, digital trading cards. People with 20-year-olds don't want trading cards anymore. They want NFTs. Younger generations, they can just jump, get on board immediately and get on board and help companies to get into this sector, because otherwise they will be left behind. And I think that those who started late stayed behind, whereas those with a vision started to have more opportunities in reality. Strategically, I think that integrating small and medium-sized companies will move towards the metaverse naturally. In the early 90s, strong companies, strong multinational corporations in each country started to get their website done, and then we started to see how small and medium-sized companies, micro companies, created their websites. Why didn't they do that from the beginning? Because it was expensive. At the same time, connecting to the internet with that modem that you would hear the connection going, that was complicated for a small company, and it was an extra expense. So we will see the same thing now with the metaverse. For example, if you want a specific example, in Latin America, many small companies create handcrafts. For example, typical clothing, handcrafts. So imagine people with access to the metaverse. Firstly, will be countries with the most powerful countries, the strongest countries, European countries, the US, etc. So we will see, for example, an opportunity, a golden opportunity, so these small companies can sell their products, their crafts, anything that is perhaps foreign to an audience, to a public, with spending power, and who's also operating organically in the metaverse. Okay, so we had the website, and then the 2.0 website, and now we are on 3.0 website with the metaverse. I think that the metaverse will attract this decentralization of economy that we are now experiencing with social networks. We have to be able to monetize with the platforms that are already in the market. And will the 3.0 web, will the metaverse bring decentralization? Will it be in the hands of the user? Will the user have content and format in his or her hands. What do you think? I think we have to make a difference between metaverse and technology, because really the difference is that with Web 1 you were able to read, and with Web 2 you had to interact, and that's where all the data that we got, they started becoming bigger, and we started becoming smaller, and they have the control of data. With number 3, we have decentralization and property. So they are not owners anymore. So this is where the potential is. Well, I'm skeptical about this. But I don't know if decentralization is there. So, but I don't know, perhaps Meta with the metaverse will arrive and it'll be like Facebook, and we will be sharing data in exactly the same way as before. They tried to keep that, but really they're letting us play with these pre-metaverses where everyone else has had to disappear, but really that would be a disappointment. To me, the great advantage would be decentralization. I agree with you. But yeah, but many users trust they are with a technology that is so closely linked to cryptocurrency. I think that we will see people who are very skeptical to this, the normal functioning of this. That we will have a transition. I have an agency and I work with social networks, and I think it's interesting that a lot of people lack marketing training. In my courses, where I tell people is, okay, raise your hands, the ones with a Facebook page. And I always say, no, lower your hands, you don't have a Facebook page. Facebook has a page which has your name. So this tyranny then would be the hope of the metaverse. We have been working with blockchain for 8 years, and we are trying for this technology to make sense, but companies don't really believe. They don't believe in it yet, and it's still a long way to go. I think, yes, I think we are underway. I think we are already on that boat, but I think that the process will be gradual. It's not about us making consensual decisions. We won't be seeing that in the next year. However, I think that blockchain will become the tool enabling a new revolution, in the same way as the internet arrived in the 90s and gave us access to a world that we did not know. For example, in the US, the US Army, we have seen this decentralization in terms of money. We can analyze with smart contracts, and this will create a logical and secure transition in many other industries and many other aspects of our lives. I do not think there is anything at all that will stop decentralization. Perhaps some people will say no. Perhaps some older people accustomed to Facebook won't want to go into it because they will fear the unknown. But human beings are combative, and we will migrate to other platforms, to other spaces. And as soon as we understand what you have just said, that data are being monetized, that Facebook page is not ours, it's Facebook's. So when that narrative changes and the paradigm changes and we have the control of all of that, it's logical. Well, I do hope so. I don't think it will be anytime soon, but what do you think what challenges will the micro companies have? Yes, there was something else I wanted to add about wallets. There is something important to be said about decentralization and about property, because wallet is this digital wallet where we keep our NFTs and our cryptocurrency, and where we will keep our avatars going to the metaverses. This allow us control over our data, and this is starting to happen. Different types of wallets are being created, and they are interoperable, and I think it's key for this decentralization. Yes, as is for making easier the management of it. Yes, and nowadays there is a very low average of users with a MetaMask, MetaPlus wallet. You have to give a wallet to people, and so on and so forth. But new generations, they have this, and it will be a revolution, because people receiving prizes tomorrow, they will receive their NFT in wallet. They will have a wallet. So it's bit by bit, step by step, it will be faster than we think. We have two different types of use. One of them would be training, and the other one would be CEO has created the same university in the metaverse, where students can meet each other, can know each other, know their colleagues, meet their colleagues. And the other day, I was talking to a doctor, and they are the first simulation of a birth in the metaverse to show it to students, of medicine students. And this is an example of how useful it can be. Yes, I mean, when doctors can specialize in certain types of diagnosis or operations or interventions without actually having to do them, it's unbelievable. Teresa said that I was a deputy responsible in Cordoba, and in Seville we meet each other in this metaverse, and we gave a talk in the metaverse, and we have meetings, and for example, you can interact, and it's a different way of doing things, and I think it's extremely interesting, and it's definitely to be taken into account, especially because the coming generations are coming in very strong with this. Carmen, the tech analyst, was saying that in 2026, it's estimated that 25% of people any age in 2026 will spend at least 1 hour a day in the metaverse. So this is here. I mean, it's arrived. It's happening already. Yes, I mean, as you say, new generations will be able to jump into this quickly. But in Spain, it's different. In Spain, new generations are not the global segment of the economy in this country. So it's for perhaps older generations to jump into it. They don't see this as an opportunity. The metaverse is here, and please give me a last sentence. What do you think is the main advantage of the metaverse?
The advantage that I see that metaverse has, and all the web 3.0 technology is that there are new business models, and this has an impact on big and small companies. Today, with NFTs and tokens, we are not talking about innovation anymore, and this is a huge revolution. I will share a message to women, because the truth is that we are not present in NFTs or Web 3.0. We are not present at all. This is a huge revolution that rise, but the problem that we have is that we women are not present there. All women have to be part of this process, and technology is quite complicated, but once you're part of metaverse, it's like a video game. So let's look for a niche, let's look for a place there. So let's encourage women to be present in metaverse and Web3, please. I think that any option, Bitcoin in El Salvador as a consolidated currency, metaverse, any new technology cannot be a reality without training. And this is regardless the business level we have. If we don't have training or education, even individually, reading, educating ourselves, if we don't have the necessary training, we cannot be part of the process. It's our decision to be part of the process or not. It is now or never in this space, which is for women and about women. We have to be aware that the world has changed and that we are in this process. If we are not aware of the new technology that is coming up, if we don't get the necessary information, we are going to have a social problem and a financial one. Thank you very much for being with us. I have learned many things from you. I am passionate about new technology, and it's a pleasure to listen to you. You are right, we are not part of this technology environment, and let's try to be in the future. Thank you.
Bueno, pues Laura ya está conectada.
Laura is already connected. Laura Molero is an independent advisor of some companies and the PD president. She is with us to close this first meeting, these first days of artificial intelligence and ethics. Good night. I apologize for not being able to be in Malaga today with all of you. I want to congratulate the organization, especially Teresa Larcón, for creating this sixth meeting, the sixth edition of this very important seminar, which is also very necessary. You know that the slogan of this event is a summary of the fundamental words that we have to use to build up the new future, which is creating value, to build the future through talent, through the great female technology talent that we know it is a reality today. Without any doubt, all the new financial models that we mentioned in the previous debate will need to be directed by female talent, by people, by talent. Female talent has a lot to say in this new digital area, but we also have to take into account ethics and values. Technology needs to be at the service of people, and we need to make sure that in our process to make decisions, ethics needs to be a core and fundamental part. With our behavior, we are an example for the society, for the environment, to build up the new world ahead of us, which is transforming. You know that 2020s are always, centuries transformative, and without any doubt, we are facing a new disruptive technology that we are discovering every day. We have a lot of tools that are changing business models, the way in which we relate to one another, the way in which we enjoy our free time, and the way in which we can create a new society and a better world for our children and for the society as a whole. We have a huge responsibility ahead of us, a huge opportunity to create a new 21st century society supported by principles and values. And this is the message that I wanted to convey to you, to address to you. Please enjoy the networking time, the cocktail time, and please be back tomorrow to this seminar, because from here, from my screen, I can feel the energy that you share, the leadership that you want to share, and the determination that you have to make things happen in a different way. In a different way and in a more sustainable and comprehensive way for the future through women leaders, sorry. Thank you very much, and please see you soon. Now we are going to have the networking time, and we are going to try to set up new alliances. So let's go out to have dinner all together. See you tomorrow. Bye. It's here in the patio, at the glass patio. You don't have to go anywhere else. It's here. See you now.